Okay. How come the, Alright, so we're live. Actually, whoops, I need to do this one too. I guess I need to do this quest first. So we're probably going to talk about technology and gaming. We'll do that once some viewers enter. Whoa. Grahati is there again. I guess I'll play a little bit of this. I haven't touched Final Fantasy in a long time. I thought I would log in and see what's going on. See, most of the player base that is already that keeps up with the events in the game are probably like none of this content is new. I think this was 6.3. So this is the second. This is basically the quest line for the second tier of the 24-man raid. For those wondering, or those curious, like you gotta do all this stuff first. I mean, I can skip the cutscene. Well, we're just waiting for the viewers to jump in, for the chat to start being active, and then we may transition like I normally do. One of the things that I noticed, so there are those new higher density DDR5 DIMMs. So there's 24 gig capacity and 48 gig for the dual rank. So that that's gonna be like 48 gigabytes for two, or 96 gigabytes for two of the dual rank. So I'm considering the 96 gigabytes whenever that becomes available at like Micro Center. But there's not a whole lot going on with hardware, so that's why, other than the Ryzen 7 7800X3D for April, there isn't really a whole lot of new releases. So it's more like the video game side. Like if you're into video games, there's a lot going on. If you're into TV, like Netflix shows or Disney Plus, I know like the new Mandalorian season is out. Shadow and Bone is out on Netflix. That's pretty cool. At least I think so. I don't think everybody would agree. Atelier Ryza 3 got some pretty good reviews. That's the latest RPG, single-player RPG that's available. So that concludes the trilogy, because apparently that series became a trilogy. And from what I've heard, it is the best Atelier game in that series. So Open Muntai. Open Muntai. Open Muntoi. Long time no see? It wasn't really that long. I normally stream on Thursday evenings. I think I figured out that problem that I was seeing with the way errors, so the Windows hardware event error or alert for the 13900K. I think it was the few times that for some reason that PC was unable to wake from sleep properly, so I had to restart it. I think that's what those are from. Hey, software. So this is the second tier of the 24-man raid. I don't even know the story. I haven't been keeping up with this game at all. By the 12, she looks precisely as depicted in Legend. Amazing. ST? Oh, ST. Yeah, ST. Hey guys. But there's, like I was saying, there's not a whole lot of new hardware to talk about. There are some video games that are coming out. We kind of talked about some of them last week, but I don't think there's really a whole lot to talk about. That's why the channel's been kind of quiet. Like, I've been going back and trying to extract the really... I feel like a lot of the live streams have good content in them, but the problem is because the format is so long, because it's typically, you know, like a 4-hour video, it's hard to get that content visible to the general public, the general YouTube audience, or even the hardware enthusiast audience, so people who don't follow the channel regularly. So what I'm deciding to do, or what I've decided to do, as if you notice the most recent upload, I'm starting to go back and look through the live stream videos and extract a lot of what I consider the relevant content for hardware enthusiasts. So, because I think a lot of that is good. It just takes a while to figure out what is actually relevant. Some of that stuff, like the future predicting, like predicting the release cycle for graphics cards. I don't know if I should keep some of that. But things like the timeline, I think that's good to have. So like all the discussions that we did on, you know, how PC gaming got to the way it is, in terms of how expensive everything is, in terms of how GPU pricing doesn't make any sense anymore. GPU GPU prices have gotten to the point where they're like buying fancy cameras. It's almost that bad. It's moving in that direction. Intel's reimbursing you for the failed 13900K. Yeah, that's extremely rare though. Like you almost never hear of CPUs going bad. The thing about running memory, though, I think DDR5 is more interesting than DDR4 because you have better scaling. In the past, with DDR4 and even with DDR3, you didn't really benefit much from very high-speed RAM. But now you do see notable differences, especially on Intel. In the past, Intel, like, I remember buying, like, when I had the 4th gen Intel, so the 4770K, there was really no reason to go beyond 1600 megahertz on the RAM. Because, like, the highest you could do was 2133. and then maybe 2400, if I remember correctly, for DDR3. And that was as far as you could go. Okay, I guess we're... Can I get out of here? Oh, I don't want to jump off. I guess we can leave. I need to enter that place, but I don't want to go in there because I don't know anything about that. I mean, should we queue up for this? No, we're not going to do that. I'm going to go to Eureka Orthos. The whole point of the stream was to talk about technology. If there is a large enough audience to discuss something, or if somebody wants to discuss something in general or specifically. Otherwise, I'm just going to run Eureka Orthos and do that in this game. Or I might switch to Wolong Fallen Dynasty and play like one of those chapters. You don't think you've ever had anything fail before? Yeah. I've never had it. I don't think I've ever had anything go bad. Like, the one exception that I could think of is the Asus Matrix Platinum. But I was able to fix that by putting heat sinks on the RAM. That's the only reason why that had that problem. Oh, I need to go this way. You have had Micron NVMe fail and Seagate hard drives? You know, now that I think about it, I think I have a Seagate hard drive. Well, I think it's a Toshiba hard drive. Or a Hitachi drive. I forget which hard drive brand, but I think I have a hard drive that's going bad. I can hear a lot of weird clicking sounds. So I think that might be a hard drive going bad. Won't ever buy Seagate again. I actually resurrected a Seagate drive. So that video that you guys saw me do on the MSI Meg power supply, the power supply that has that connector for the 4090. So the reason why I made a huge section, or like I emphasize specifically, do not mix cables, power cables that come with a power supply from an old power supply. Meaning if you upgrade your power supply, never mix the cables from the old unit with the new one. Always use the new one, especially if they're different RAM. Because I killed a hard drive. I killed a Seagate hard drive a long time ago, like 11 years ago or something, because I used a Thermaltake power plug for the SATA instead of the one that was, I think, from Corsair or something, because I was too lazy to swap out the cables. And I killed the circuit board on the back. Well, what ended up happening was I went to go turn on the computer, and you hear that click sound. It doesn't turn on. And then I press the power button again, and it clicks again. And then after the second time, I can smell like a burnt, like, you know, burning metal, like an electric smell. And that's a bad, bad sign. And what ended up happening is, actually, is that hard drive in this computer? Let me see. I know it's still alive because I resurrected it. Let's see. Okay, so it's not in this one, so it's in my other computer. But essentially what happened was the circuit board, the fuses on the circuit board on the underside of the hard drive opened up to protect the hard drive itself. So what I ended up doing was I soldered the open, like where the fuse had blown out, I literally just soldered it back on, so it bridged across there, and then the hard drive was detectable again, and it started working again. But that's how I learned the hard lesson of never mix and matching power cables that are meant for different power supplies. So, meaning if you have a Corsair power supply and you upgrade to like an MSI, or you have a Cooler Master or whatever, and in general, you upgrade a power supply, never mix and match the old cables with the new cables that come with the new power supply. Never, ever, ever do that. You can kill a graphics card, you can kill a hard drive. The tolerances for the cables are different. Some cables have capacitors in line with the cables, others do not. They're just straight run. And that means that the capacitors are inside the PSU box. So, yeah. Never do that. So that's not the hardware being defective. That was me being dumb and killing the hardware. So yeah. But and most people wouldn't be able to resurrect the hard drive the way I did. They wouldn't know like what fuses to solder over, right? So yeah, that could be massive data loss for someone who doesn't know what they're doing. That hard drive is still alive today. I think it's in the computer with the 7950X3D, or it's in the computer with the 13900K. It's in one of those two machines. I was checking to see if it's in this one. This one doesn't have it. Because that's an old Seagate 2 terabyte spindle drive, 7200 RPM from 2012 or 2011. Or so long time ago, 2010. It's like really old. And it's still alive. So, even though it doesn't have fuses to protect it anymore from electrical transients. But I think I have another one. I think I have a Hitachi or a Toshiba that's on its last legs because it is making some loud click sounds that do not sound good. So I may have to replace that one or something in the future. Their hard drives ran hot, but not their NVMe. You've truly captured the spirit of a log. Did you really have to change... Wait, did you really have to change her hair? Who are you? These Mass Effect-like responses. I remember her. She's the one who gave us the quest line to come here in the first place. I had to drive my car all the way out to the Crystal Tower because of her. And then she just shows up there automatically. She probably just teleported over. But you're that way with Gigabyte's GPU. One messed up my whole system and I will never buy a Gigabyte GPU. What happened to... Oh, tell me that story. 1 Gigabyte GPU mess up your whole computer? How does that happen? A GPU is kind of like... It's like the legs of a computer. How do the legs mess up the human body? Because remember what I said before? The PSU, the power supply, is the heart of the system. If the heart dies, the whole system fails. The whole system dies with it. So if you lose your power supply, you lose everything. Like if it fries and like blasts electricity down those wires and destroys everything and blows out all the fuses, everything's dead. but a graphics card is like the legs. That's like your legs. The graphics card is running, so it's like if you lose your legs, you lose your ability to walk. So it's like for a computer, you lose like your graphics performance, but it's like the computer's not dead though. So how does it kill off the whole system? You got a super flower heart. How does a Gigabyte GPU? Leave it to Gigabyte to do something like that. Well, Gigabyte GPU, we have to differentiate. We have to say Gigabyte GPU because Gigabyte motherboards are actually really good. In fact, I'd go so far as to say I think Gigabyte motherboards are actually the best ones currently, like right up there with MSI. ASRock and Asus is still good, but Asus has terrible documentation, very anti-consumer, and I don't know. And then ASRock has excellent documentation and always has those random motherboards that are always like out of the box or out of left field. Like they have the add-in thing to turn a B650 into a X670, you know, that kind of stuff. And then they'll have one that has like Thunderbolt 4 included, like the Tai Chi, for instance. So ASRock's pretty good in that regard. But I just think overall, like MSI and Gigabyte just seem... A lot of people would consider those two in the middle, but I kind of consider those two actually better than Asus. I've been reading a lot of stuff online about people with having memory stability issues, and they're almost always using an Asus motherboard. Eureka Orthos. my peerless knowledge of teleportation. See, I knew she teleported over here. I don't know. Everything was fine. You installed her GPU. And everything was funky with the system. It took the whole day to get it back to normal. Did you get any kind of like inaccessible boot drive error or something? I've ran into weird problems where like if I do a motherboard swap, the Windows install on the NVMe drive doesn't want to boot on the new system. Like it'll keep boot looping into a BSOD with inaccessible boot device. I've run into that problem. I remember when I took a SATA SATA M.2 drive and installed it in my Threadripper motherboard, it had that problem. So I never was able to figure out why that was. So I just ended up I think I just installed an NVMe drive instead, and that worked. And that's what I used on my Threadripper system. You have multiple UPSs? I don't have any UPSs. I wish I had a UPS. I probably do need to get one. I've been thinking about getting one, actually, many, many times. But every time I think of getting one, I always end up wasting money on some other electronic device, whether it's RAM or a graphics card or something. A log is gone. Its inheritor is long dead. Well, I thought we knew. Oh. We kind of knew that, lady. Someone's living dangerously. Hey, now, I'm looking at the ground just to make sure. Yeah, I've got the power plugs that have the surge protectors in them. I have power strips with surge protectors in them, but I don't have a UPS, though. Really should get one. The problem is I have too many, like, because I'm running like 3 different desktops, right? I have the one you guys are seeing the stream off of, which is this one. I've got the benchmarking one, which is this one. And then I have the workstation one in a different room that's got this one. So it's like, that would be like 3 different UPSs, or at least 2. One for these 2, and then the other would be in like a different room. So I mean, I guess it's realistic, but then every time when you have to build up redundancy, UPS is kind of like, that's power redundancy, but then you have PC redundancy, but then you'd need like UPS redundancy on top of the UPS. So that's like 3 levels of redundancy right there. So, like, if this computer dies, I mean, I'll just switch over to using, you know, like the X3D. If that one dies, well, then we're going to be using this one. So, and then if this one dies, then we're going back to Threadripper. like 2nd gen 2950X Threadripper, if that happens. And then if that dies, then we're going back to the 5800X. And if that dies, then we're going to Rocket Lake. Or maybe not Rocket Lake. Then I'm going to have to bust out like Alder Lake or something, like 12700K. And then if that fails, then I'm going to have to go to like Zen 2, like 3800X. Basically, like if the computers keep dying, I'll just have to keep on downgrading. I'll just keep on downgrading every single one back and further back until at some point the only computer that remaining will be like the old Phenom 2 965, but it's like I don't even know if the motherboard for that still works. I don't even know where that motherboard is. So realistically, the farthest back I can go, like let's say like the North America gets hit with an EMP shockwave and like destroys all the electronics connected to the grid. So I would lose like all my PCs that are connected to the wall outlet, but I like the FX8350. Yeah, I'd have to go back to the FX8350 on an Asus Crosshair 5 Formula Z. Like, that's what I'll have to go back to. With DDR3 1866. 16 gigabytes. That's what will happen if, like, oh, you know what? Atelier Ryzen 3 is available. Atelier Ryzen 3. The stream is probably going to lag, because I'm going to start the download for that. I might actually stream that game next. And then maybe The Last of Us next week. And after The Last of Us, I don't know. Because a lot of people kept asking me to get Resident Evil. I don't know. Because Resident Evil's like... I mean, maybe. It's a good game. It got really good reviews. You've run a UPS since the mid-90s? Man, I've only ever seen them in the workplace. I've never actually had one at home, even though I really wanted to get one. You considered getting an electrician to add a 20 amp circuit so that you could buy a much better, a beefier UPS? Do you have, like... So on the UPS, can you connect those, kind of... What is it called? It's kind of like it's a power strip. Like the power strip with the different, like the plugs for AC. But instead of, when I say power strip, I'm not talking about the little cheap one that, like the one that I have with the surge protector in it. I'm talking about the long, almost like the data center type ones for AC, where like all the AC powered switches would connect to, if you know what I'm talking about. The ones that are compatible with something called power mapping. Like, have you ever heard of those or seen those? They're the ones that when something's plugged in, like they have an each outlet on the power strip has an individual LED to indicate if it's on. And I think if you're doing power mapping, it will change the color to amber from green, or maybe it'll turn it off or something like that. You can still daisy chain a strip off the protected plugs. Yeah. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, that works. That way you can run like the PC and the monitor, or maybe the monitors and the PC. I wouldn't run like two PCs off of the daisy chain plug though, because if you're on a 20 amp breaker, the only problem is the power strip. When you connect the power strip into the plug and you're daisy chaining it, if you plug in like two computers that have high-end graphics cards in them, the only problem with doing that, especially if you're running like 300 watt graphics cards, like two 6900 XTs for instance, or two 7900 XTX, the transient power spikes on that could probably cause a problem with that power strip, so I don't know about that. So now that she's over here, does that mean she's no longer going to be in Mordona anymore? And that means she's not going to hand out the weekly quest for the three, like the Ancient Labyrinth and the Circus Tower? Who's going to hand those out now? Wait, where am I supposed to go? I'm supposed to enter... Where is this? No. Delve into the... Oh, am I the wrong... Can I not go in as a level 67 warrior? You have to be level 81? Oh, well, this is... Well, that just ruins the whole title of the stream. I'm gonna have to rename the whole stream now. I don't have anything that's level 81. Oh... Well, we're probably gonna have to run Heaven on High now because of this. That's lame. Or I'll have to log into my other character. I don't have anything. I have a white mage on my other character that's level 81 or 82. But that's lame. So this isn't gonna work. You ran a dedicated outlet to the system also, and to the printer. So what I have is, let me see what I've got. I've got, I was using this thing. I don't recommend it. It doesn't have a surge protector in it, and well, it's just not recommended. So I wouldn't, yeah. I'm running right now. I'm just looking here at what I've got. So I have the power strip with the surge protector. That has the Ryzen desktop, and it has the monitors, and it has some other, I think it's, yeah, there's like 3 monitors. So there's 3 monitors and the computer is plugged into it. And then I have another one on a separate, another wall outlet, like on the other side of the room over there. That one has another power strip with the surge protector for the 7950X 3D test system. And then I think the PlayStation 5 is connected into like one of those 2 power strips. I don't know which one. Because like if... Let me see. Yeah. So the PlayStation 5, you guys can't really see it. Let me just move the camera here real quick. So you guys can see kind of like a behind the scene. Here, you know what? Let's do this. Here, let me make my camera larger. What's the width? So 3262. Okay, so I'll just make this larger. So I'll show you guys kind of like a behind the scenes. Just so you guys can see. So it's like over here. Hold on. So see like here, this is the PlayStation 5. This is connected on another power strip, but it's going into one of the other wall outlets, and then right next to it, you can barely see it because it's all black. The PlayStation 3 is right next to it. So I have a PS3 and a PS5, and then right there you see these 2 monitors. These 2 monitors are for the 7950X 3D. So the 7950X 3D is that computer over there. Like, I'm not using it. Because everyone's probably going to be like, well, why aren't you streaming using that PC? Because that's the better gaming PC. I know it's better at gaming, but it's like, it gets back to the whole, like, when you're already, like, 100 plus FPS, what does it matter? See what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't really matter, so... I think it was 3... Was I 320? $32.20 something was, I think, the size. Your garage door has a battery to open it if the power goes out. Okay. I think yeah, you got everybody beat with that. When a dying UPS battery makes a beep during the night and I have to hunt the source down, don't. Yeah, that's annoying. You know, the internet service providers used to provide those for the, what did I just do? I just grabbed some window. I don't even know what was this window. This window, YouTube chat? What did I grab? Okay, never mind. Clicked on, like, the chat and I dragged them around, but okay, they're back. Well, this stream turned it. This game is now kind of pointless to be playing because I can't even do the thing that I wanted to do. All right. Well, this was fail. Let me go back to. I guess we will go to this place and just run this a few times. And I bet there's gonna be nobody running this, so this is not gonna be a good idea either. Oh, no, there's like somebody over here. They're AFK. There's another person probably AFK, of course. Let's see if this works. 10-minute wait time. Okay, wow. It said 10 minutes and I was like, okay. UPS or smoke detectors? Why, what happens? What do you mean smoke detector? Oh, yeah. The battery. You're talking about the batteries going bad. Hey, this is new. I don't remember this. This ended up, like, I was supposed to be running Eureka Orthos, but it's the new content, but it's like, nope, I'm just gonna have to run this thing. This is old content. I might as well change the title of the stream, because this is This is not at all what... This is like false advertising. This is false advertising. Why are we all running this way? Oh, because we can't find the thing. Yeah, I know that the X670 motherboards, and I guess the B650 ones, they're going to be getting the BIOS update for the new, like the higher density on the RAM. Because I might actually consider running 96 gigabytes of RAM on 2 sticks, so 248 gig DIMMs. Because you'll be able to run that faster than, say, 128 gigs on 4 sticks of the older type RAM. So that's mainly the reason why. Oh, you know what? I need to strengthen myself. Everybody's waiting on me. Supposedly, Eureka Orthos is supposed to be a lot harder than these older deep dungeons in this game. So for those who have no idea what I just said, so this game, Final Fantasy XIV, it has this kind of like a sort of like a side game content. This is what I'm doing right now. So it's got its own little leveling system. It's very akin to like a mobile game in terms of the like what we're having to do here. You're basically you randomly, you can either go with a pre-made group with other players that you know, or you can go with randoms. Like in my case, these are completely random strangers that I don't know anyone in here. So it just kind of automatically groups you up with them so you can clear this content together. But this section, this thing is called Heaven on High. That's the name of this dungeon thing that we're running. It's kind of like a mobile game. I don't know. It's like a watered down way to play the game. It's a way to level up your different classes and jobs in this game. Like in my case, I'm playing as a warrior right now. So the warrior, you know, typical melee fighter. This is like a tank character. He can take lots of damage. He has lots of HP. Lots of damage mitigation. This is the room to clear because it's got the teleporter. Oh, it's active. Let's go. So we basically have to defeat a certain number of enemies to activate the teleporter so we can advance to a lower floor, or in this case a higher floor. We're going up a giant tower. There's 100 floors total. You start at floor 1, you go all the way up to floor 100. But I'm doing floor 21 through 30 because that's the one that everybody does to level up their characters. But I wanted to do the new one, but I can't do it because you have to be level 81. And all of my classes, I use the word classes. Technically, you're supposed to use the word jobs because Final Fantasy, it's considered a job. All my jobs are either level... That's not good. Oh boy, that's a lot of enemies. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. In general, like all my jobs are either level 90, which is the maximum level, or they're like level 0 or some number less than 80. So like in this case, my warrior is only level 67. And you have to be a minimum of level 81 to do the new deep dungeon. So I'm gonna do this probably till I hit level 70. Then I'll have to figure out some other way to level up from 70 to 80. Some tree thing. There was a tree from Lord of the Rings just standing in the corner there. I typically like to clear these as fast as possible, but sometimes you get random players that like to just attack everything that they see. The floors also have random traps. There could be random traps too. You can step on a landmine. You take lots of damage from it. You could spawn a bunch of... You can step on a trap and like spawn a bunch of enemies. I mean, I did that in one of those earlier floors. Some of the treasures could have traps in them that should like spawn a mimic enemy. See, like someone turned them into frogs and chickens. Like this is a rooster right here. A green rooster. So what do you guys think? Is software tools, or like, are you guys thinking about any kind of upgrades this year, or are you guys done with your upgrades? I know Joey and I are both done. Like, I don't plan on... There's like no reason to buy anything when it comes to computer hardware, except maybe memory. For me, I could end up getting newer RAM. Like I just said, the RAM with 48 gig per DIMM. So with like 4 of those, it's 196 gigabytes of memory. Now I won't actually run 196 gigabytes, but I can do 96 gigabytes. Well, I mean for this year. Right? Unless there's a 4090 Ti. Oh, this thing. Just bopped it on the head real good with that giant axe. Okay, here we go. The boss fight. This is it. Inner strength, inner release. Full power. We don't have any super summons or anything. Do I even need to stand anywhere? Do I need to worry about that? Oh, that was bad. I stood in the... I don't remember this fight. I just remember it being super easy, regardless of what happens. Like, nothing bad's gonna happen to me. You may consider an X3D sometime in the future. I'll probably buy a 4090 Ti. You really gonna get 4090 Ti? I think there's gonna be a 4080 Ti this year. Though everybody left, I didn't even get a chance to like thumbs up anybody. They just like all left. Okay, see, that barely pushed the needle. Do you think they'll release 4090 Ti? AMD isn't close to them, so I don't think they have a reason to release it. AMD is close to them. The difference is, like, well, okay, the 4090 just stands by itself, if that's what you mean. There is no reason to release a 4090 Ti, although they do have one. The reason why we know this is because the 4090 is not the fully unlocked die. So that is the reason why I'll never buy a 4090. If you want to know the true reason why I will never buy a 4090, is because it is not the true fully unlocked Ada Lovelace die. It is a cut down variant, and I'm not going to buy a cut down variant. So that's the reason why. The 4090 Ti will be the real fully unlocked die. Just like the 3090 Ti is the fully unlocked Ampere die. Because the 3090 launched in 2020, and it was not the fully unlocked, and it wasn't until last year that the 3090 Ti showed up. So, there are two SKUs. There's definitely a 4090 Ti, but I don't think they'll release it anytime soon because there isn't much of a reason to. What I do expect to see is a 4080 Ti. And I've talked about this in at least 2 live streams where we drew out the timeline and walked through all the history of the graphics card releases. So, guaranteed there's a 4090 Ti, but I don't know if they need to release it. AMD isn't close to them. So going back to the AMD isn't close to them, AMD is not that far away from them. We're talking 20%. 20% at 4K between the 4090 and the 7900 XTX. And if you go down in resolution, so if you do 1080p and 1440p, then the difference between the 7900 XTX and the 4090 is even less. It's even less. The delta between the two of them shrinks as you go down the resolution. So this is the reason why, for the money, like the 4090 doesn't make any sense. Considering both graphics cards have 24 gigabytes of VRAM. So it's like I said in previous videos. Nvidia is charging 60% more money for, at best, 20% more performance. So that doesn't make any sense. Like, logically, objectively, that makes no sense. Like, to pay that amount of extra money for a 4090 over, like, a 7900 XTX. Or even a 4080 for that matter. The reason why the 4080, in my mind, is a big skip is because it's 16 gigabytes of memory versus 24 gigabytes of memory on the AMD card. And it's slightly slower than the AMD card in rasterization performance. 4090 Ti will be $2,000. C6. 4090 Ti will have the exact same MSRP as the 3090 Ti, and the 3090 Ti's MSRP was $1999. So you can bet that the 4090 Ti will be $2,000 MSRP. Maybe $1,800. If Nvidia's feeling generous, it will be $1,800, $1,799 MSRP, because you already know that that means that the AIB cards will cost even more than that. But I think it's going to be $2,000. I wouldn't be surprised if it's $2,000. So if somebody wants one, they need to be able to budget for $2,000. And then don't be surprised if it comes out at $2,000 and you're not prepared to spend that kind of money. Now the question is Nvidia going to call it a 4090 Ti? Because they could very well bring back the Titan branding. They could call it the Titan RTX, or the Titan A, or whatever. You know, like, they could call it Titan. The reason why they're probably not, though, is because they had far more success selling 3090s than they ever did selling Titans. Even though they were the same product. Same product segment. The power consumption is not a huge jump for 4090. It won't be. I mean, no, it's going to be 450 watt. It'll be 450 watt. It'll be the same TDP as the 3090 Ti. So I don't know. They could call it Titan, though. We've already seen leaked images of the cooler. That's how we know that it exists. The only question is, like, when are they going to actually release it? Now, I think if they're smart, they're going to release a 4080 Ti. However, I can also see them not doing a 4080 Ti because there isn't really that much reason to do that. I guess the reason to release a 4080 Ti would be to surpass the 7900 XTX. But the thing is, they're going to price it at $1,400. So the 4080 Ti would be $1,400 MSRP, and it would probably be like 10% faster than a 7900 XTX for 40% more money. So it's I don't know, like 4080 Ti, they might skip it because it would be dead on arrival. Because the problem, see, the thing is, when you look at Nvidia's price and product segmentation, there is a perfect gap right between 4080 and 4090 to fit a 4080 Ti, like literally right in between them at $1,400. So that's halfway. $1,200 for 4080, $1,600 4090, so smack dab in the middle, $1,400, 4080 Ti. The problem is the AMD card is kind of weird. Like, it puts them in a weird spot because the 4080 looks like bad value right next to the XTX because it's like 5% slower for 20% more money, and it has 8 gigabytes less RAM, 16 gigs of RAM versus 24 gigs of RAM. So at 4K resolution, that will age like milk, whereas the AMD card will age like wine. That's just a fact. Go back and watch my Hogwarts Legacy videos if you don't believe me, and look at how the 3080 Ti is stutter struggle with its 12 gigabytes of VRAM at 4K resolution. So that's why the XTX kind of makes NVIDIA look like bad value. For anyone who even knows about AMD's existence, like 4080 doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because it's not going to have any long-term meaningful advantages, because realistically the only advantage it has today is the RT performance. But is the RT performance going to matter 5 years from now? No, it won't. So it's like, it's a weak argument. The VRAM will matter more in the long run, not the RT performance. Because think about it like this. Notice how everybody seems to put down 30 series RT performance? Because that's what AMD's 7000 series RT performance is like. So it's like as soon as the 50 series comes out, the 40 series RT performance will become irrelevant. And only the VRAM will matter. So this is the reason why the XTX is the better buy over the 4080. Like, hands down. It'll age a lot better. I mean, that's just how it goes. Do you think the GTX segment is dead? Yeah, it's dead. It's dead. I can see them probably releasing some laptop GPUs that have the GTX branding, but I think it's dead. Why did this thing get pulled? You went from 3080 to 4090, so it was worth it. Oh, so you already have 4090. But yeah, the elephant in the tech industry is the economy downturn, which results in less sales and possibly fewer. No, it doesn't change. So regardless of the economy, the product release cycle is unaffected. So that doesn't change. And I've already proved this. I've proven this with the live streams where I do the timeline. So what a lot of people don't know is that companies have something called a roadmap. They have a roadmap that their business units follow when they develop products. And they have deadlines to, like, they have general deadlines for releasing those products in a certain amount of time. Typically, it's a 2-year period for graphics cards, from one generation to the next. So if you understand that, then you know that regardless of what happens with the economy, the company is still going to deliver a new product, regardless of where we are in the economy. Because think about this, the crash of 2008. Did the crash of 2008 stop graphics cards from being developed? No, it didn't. It had no effect. They still made the GT, the 8800 GT was 2007. You know, the 9800 was the replacement. The 280 was the replacement after that. So the economy has no effect on it. The only thing that could possibly happen is like some kind of world event, a war, that could actually impact a product's roadmap release cycle. For example, if TSMC, we're not going to get too much into the politics of this, but if anybody knows about like the situation with, you know, China and all that stuff, like that is the sort of stuff that I would be more concerned about in terms of like halting technological progress when it comes to graphics cards and semiconductors. Not the economy. The economy can crash and they're still going to release their product. It may not sell well, but they're still going to release their product. So 50, 80, 50, 90, that's next year. It's next year. So they're on track. And typically, like if somebody had a, like I said in a previous video, or actually I said in the unboxing video for the XTX, typically if somebody was on the 30 series or the RDNA 2 graphics cards, most of the people on those graphics cards should skip the 40 series completely, and they should also skip the RDNA 3 series completely. Like it doesn't really make financial sense to upgrade if someone was on like a 3090 graphics card. Like, meaning only an enthusiast would actually upgrade from last gen to current gen. Because the average gamer would not even consider that. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's so much money, and unless they upgrade to 4K, it's not going to be that noticeable of a difference at the end of the day. The Taiwan, yeah, that's the real problem. But yeah, 2024 is 50 series, for those wondering. So next year is 50 series. Like I said, 2-year cycle. NVIDIA follows a 2-year cycle, and it's an even year. Remember what I said, even years are NVIDIA years. Odd years used to be AMD years, but AMD kind of changed that. AMD also now is also an even year. For some reason, I don't know why. Actually, I guess the reason is they didn't want... why am I so far away from everybody? Oh no, they're all the way over there. Okay. Ouch. I hit a landmine. We have all these power-ups and nobody used them. And this run felt longer than the first one. But I think that I don't know. I think artificial intelligence is NVIDIA's primary focus now, not so much the gaming market. I'm just using all my cooldowns. I'm just spamming all my attacks, my strongest attacks. That's Deliverance, right? Is that Deliverance? Oh, that's Felcleave. Yeah, I completely forgot the name. Because I always thought of Felcleave as like, oh, they changed the thing. Okay. That's what they put the characters' pictures there. Man, this is... But, so next year is Zen 5 and RTX 50, RDNA 4. Wait, what happened? Oh. Oh, are there 2 tanks? Oh, there's a gunbreaker. That's why I was like, why is... I'm like spamming my move, and why is the thing not working? What is this guy doing? This gunbreaker was like, he just was almost dead. He grabbed everything and then just wasn't even fighting back. Anyway. Ouch. That hurt. But yeah, I expect, so next year, so all these complaints about the AMD, like the Zen 4 and the memory not being able to run that fast, the people complaining either never had an AMD CPU before, or they never had first gen Ryzen. Because to me, this is nothing new. Okay. Well, that floor was quick. The gloom. The gloom spreads. You can tell that guy's just sitting around doing nothing. Oh no. Uh-oh. There. We lost one. One of our party members died. Does anybody have a Phoenix down? He has a Phoenix down. Okay. That Endwalker watermark at the bottom left is from the game. No, I put it there to anonymize the in-game chat. That's something that I know a lot of people that stream MMOs like this, they'll do that. Just for the privacy of the other players. So that they don't... Because the thing is, I'm not telling these guys that I'm live streaming, right? So I don't want them to feel pressured that, oh, the world is watching them. So that's the reason why I put it there. So yeah, it's not from the game. I put it there on purpose. Because the in-game chat normally shows up there. I guess I could have put myself there. Now I could have just dragged myself over there. Yeah, but I just did it there. I put it for like privacy for the other players, so they don't feel like they're pressured or anything. We're all wearing sunglasses. We all have like the debuff. The reason why everything looks so small is because the game is at 4K resolution with native scaling. That's the reason why like all the in-game icons that you guys see on the screen are really tiny. One thing that I noticed though, I don't know. One thing that I'll say about like people who are reviewing graphics cards and then they'll just show a bunch of benchmarks. They don't really like. I feel like the problem with the benchmark results. I was thinking about this for my own testing. They don't do a lot of like popular games like Shadow of the Tomb Raider. You know, like that game isn't even that new anymore, and the problem is that's not a game that a lot of people still play. But then the new games that came out this year, like Forspoken, that has a very good built-in benchmark, but no one really wants to play that game either, even though that game is a really good... I don't know, that game is either a terrible game to benchmark or an excellent game to benchmark because it's so hard to run, but no one plays it. So it's kind of like Crysis. It is kind of like Crysis in a way. Am I in the right spot? Yeah. Talking about benchmarking, Cyberpunk is getting a path tracing update. I still don't have Cyberpunk. Forspoken is on the new Steam sale. Oh, that game is already on sale. That game's combat is actually pretty good. See, the sad thing about Forspoken is the combat's pretty good. The game itself is pretty fun. The story's not that great though, and the game just runs horribly on almost every system. Like basically, if your PC is 2 years, well, okay, maybe not 2 years old. If your PC is 3 or 4 years old, it will run that game horribly. Wait, this guy dropped something. Oh no, he dropped one of these. Help me kill it! What are you guys doing? There. Oh, now it dropped the treasure. Forspoken though. A really good RPG that's out now, that's brand new, is Atelier Ryzen 3, but that's not going to be on sale for a while. Oh man, this floor's got everything on the floor. And we don't have a summon to clear this floor. There's a big room. Okay, there's one of those things right there. I guess I'll get this Tengu. I think I'm on the real one, unless those guys found the real one. I knew it! I was on the real one. I got the real one. Now everyone has to come to me. I found the real one. All the other ones on this floor are illusions. Luminous Productions got dissolved and merged with Square Enix. Yeah. Yeah, Forspoken did not perform the way they thought it did. So the problem was that game was in production for way too long. And it was using the Final Fantasy 15 engine, and oh, what did this guy do? They aggroed the whole... What? Oh, this could be... We don't have a healer, this could be a wipe. No, I'm too OP. Okay, we're gonna win, we're gonna win. They bring them all to me, and then everything just dies. There. Oh man, that was close. Did I lose everybody? Oh, one more run and then I level up. The stream is back. Hold on, let me check my ping, because my ping was really bad just now. I have a feeling maybe I did disconnect from the stream. Let me see. Yeah, I think I disconnected. So that's why you guys probably didn't see. I think I did get disconnected. Because I got disconnected from the game and I reconnected in the middle of the boss fight. That was weird. Man, that has happened a few times now. I need to... You know what I need to do? I need to troubleshoot my router. I need to see if the router is... If it's the router or if it's the internet. Just my internet service is not good sometimes. They've been wanting me to upgrade, but I don't really know if I need to. Because honestly, like the way my internet is set up right now, the only thing, in my case, the only thing that would benefit from having a faster internet speed would be downloading and updating Steam games. Because if I want to update the Steam games, that would be literally the only thing that I can think of that would benefit from having like 1 gigabit per second internet speed. Because right now my internet is like 500 meg. 500 up and down is what I'm getting. So it's like half of the 1 gig. I mean, I could upgrade, but then, you know, that's going to be more money every month. And I don't know if that's really needed. I don't know if it will resolve issues with me disconnecting every so often like this. Because I think this is like the third or fourth time that the stream has, like, I've disconnected from the stream intermittently, then I'll reconnect randomly. That's kind of annoying. So this should be the last run. And then I'll be level 68. So this is one way to level up to 80. Well, no, realistically, I can only really use this method to get to level 70. And then to level 70, I don't even remember what method is the most optimal to level up using. Like, I don't know what to do unless I do these things. I guess these things. I don't know. Well, I'll probably, like, do something else after I hit level 68 on my warrior. My webcam feed is getting a bit of macro blocking. See, the thing is, it looks normal on my end. I don't see anything. Just like... That means it's... That means it's the internet that's the problem. Let me see. Because what I see, when I look at my webcam feed, it looks normal. Yeah, it looks normal. But again, I'm not monitoring the, like, what it actually looks like on YouTube. I can check to see. Maybe that's what I should do. Let me see. Oh, how do I go? I need to get it to go live. Huh. It doesn't show anything. 0 dropped frames. Oh, there we go. There's not a lot going on right now in the tech industry. Everything's out there except the 7800X 3D, the new RAM with a higher density. Other than that, there's really nothing to talk about. Maybe you're on your end. Yeah, I don't see the issue. I know that there was a network issue though, because everyone was saying that the stream died, and then I got disconnected from the game, and then I had to reconnect to the game. So that told me that I disconnected. So basically my internet, like, My router basically barfed for several seconds to a minute, and then that took everything down. Or something, or maybe it's my ISP. Like, I don't know. It could just be the ISP on their end. It's like they want me to upgrade. They want me to pay more money every month for a better connection. Well, supposedly a faster connection. It's still shared broadband though, so it's, I don't know. Oh, this guy's gonna have to get out of the way because he's, yeah. Sakura Potato. This person's name is Sakura Potato. The thing with it being in 4K is it's hard for you guys to read the stuff on the screen because it's so small. Unless you maximize the stream window, but then no one's really gonna want to do that if they're watching live because then they can't see the comments. This game is supposedly going to receive a overhaul to the graphics system on the next expansion in 7.0, which is supposed to happen later this year. Now, I don't know if that's actually going to happen, because ever since the whole pandemic issue, the release cycle for the patch updates for Final Fantasy XIV have gotten further and further apart. Typically, an expansion would be in the summer, and then the 0.1 patch would be in the fall. The 0.2 patch would be in the winter. The 0.3 would be in the summer, or I guess the late spring. Then the 0.4 would be in the fall. Then the 0.5 would be in the winter, and then the new expansion would follow, you know, like in the late spring, early summer. That's typically how they've kept with that 2-year formula for every expansion. But the pandemic messed everything up, so everything got spread out, and then like the Endwalker expansion, for instance, that was delayed all the way from the summer of 2021 all the way until early December of 2021. And so now that means that the next expansion should be in the fall. How old is the engine? It's very old. The engine was used to develop Final Fantasy XIII on the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. Now, this specific game, it's using a modified, it's like a more modern version of the Final Fantasy XIII engine, so the Crystal Tools engine. So it's pretty old, like 2013 was when this game came out, but Final Fantasy XIII was 2010, like late 2009. So it's very old. This game did receive a DX11 update in the first major expansion in 2015. So it's been running the exact same DirectX 11 API since 2015. That's how old it is. So 8 years in terms of DirectX 11. And it's still DX11. There's no DX12. There's no Vulkan. It's only DX11. So 7.0, I expect us to get DX12 at least. I don't think they're going to do Vulkan. I think this is going to be DX12. And, you know, like, other than DX12, I don't know what they're going to do. Because if they put this on Luminous engine, it'll run horribly, considering it's an MMO. So they'll probably never do that. I don't see them ever using Unreal Engine either. So this game is probably... I don't know what they're going to do. Honestly, I have no idea what they're going to do for this game. I just know that it's going to get an overhaul for 7.0. The game still holds up, though. It still looks pretty good, considering how old it is. Hope stream is going well, and you're getting what you want to eat. Yeah. I decided to do some Final Fantasy. I thought I could go into Final Fantasy and just straight up go in and do the new Deep Dungeon. But boy was I wrong, because I don't have a level 81 character. Like... all my jobs are either level 90 or they're some level less than 80. So, like in this case, the closest one is the warrior at level 67, but that's not 81. So I'm stuck having to level that up first. So, so I guess the title of the stream needs to change because it's completely false advertising. This is totally not Eureka Orthos. Somebody just stepped on something. What happened? Somebody... Oh, okay. Talking about overhauls. Elden Ring, not a ray tracing... Elden Ring got a ray... Was it a real one, or was it like somebody modded it into the game? Like, was it a real update that added RT, or was it like a... You know, somebody put like a third-party add-on mod that added that. I do plan to revisit Elden Ring once the... Uh-oh, somebody... Oh, and now I'm one of these things. A real one from Software. Even called... Really? I gotta look that up now, because I did not know that. I do need to do, like, a... See, the thing is, I could do a New Game Plus run in that game. But I would rather just stay on New Game. I would just stay on New Game and wait for the DLC, so I can do the DLC on the New Game cycle. And then go into New Game Plus. Because I could have gone into New Game Plus a long time ago in that game, but I refused to do it. You know what I need to do? I was thinking about this, but I just remembered it. I need to start playing all the Final Fantasy games, starting from Final Fantasy 1 and going all the way up to Final Fantasy 15 in preparation for Final Fantasy 16, because 16 is coming out in June, which is only, what, like 3 months away now? So yeah, we're actually in almost like a 90-day window between now and Final Fantasy 16. So I probably should replay at least some of the older Final Fantasy games. I really do want to play Lightning Returns again, but if I'm just gonna get... I'll have to disable the audio, so you guys won't be able to hear... Well, at least I have to figure out how to turn off the music. That game has such a good soundtrack. But the problem is, I'm gonna get demonetized instantly when I start, you know, showing that, or playing the audio. So that won't work. Which is unfortunate, because that game has such a good soundtrack. The entire 13 trilogy has a very unique soundtrack, because it was the first major Final Fantasy game that did not feature music composed by what's the name of the guy? Why am I forgetting his name? What was the guy's name? Oh man, the legendary guy who did Final Fantasy 1 through 12. Uematsu? Is that his name? I'm forgetting his name. I should remember the guy's name. But anyway, that guy composed all the music for all the Final Fantasies until I think 12. And then he wanted to do something else. So they got this new... I think there was 2 or 3... Yeah. Uematsu. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Okay, so he did 1 through 12. I'm pretty sure he did 1 through 12. At least 1 through 10. I don't know if he did 11. The first MMO. Wait, we're down to 3 people? What happened? Where'd the 4th member go? Did they just leave? Or did we never have a 3rd party? What? We were just 3 the whole time? So, Final Fantasy 13 was unique because the composers focused more on... they focused more on ambient music as opposed to melody, like very heavy melody based songs where the overarching melody was the primary, you know, the memorable part of the songs. So that's why if you go and listen to anything from Final Fantasy 13, it's a lot more like background-centric type music as opposed to very strong overarching melody. So that, but that's what makes it unique. And the thing is, I feel like the soundtrack for the 13 trilogy only got better with each successive game. Meaning the sequel soundtrack was better than the original, and then the final game in the trilogy was even better than the sequel. Because I remember I was a big fan of the sequel's soundtrack, thinking that, oh, they can't top this. And then like Lightning Returns came out and it topped that. Like, I was impressed. Because I always thought 13's music was better than 15. I don't know. A lot of people used to give a lot of hate to Final Fantasy 13. But when I think of Final Fantasy 15, I think 15 was the weaker game. What a moment of instant regret. Oh. I really do think that 13 was better than 15. And I don't think I'm the only one with that opinion, because 15 took forever to develop. You know, originally it was supposed to be called Final Fantasy Versus 13. And then it took forever. It got renamed because I guess it took so long to develop. It essentially got stuck in like a development hell and it never got out of it. So then they kept changing the ideas. And then finally, I guess they had some kind of board meeting and like, you guys have to release this game. And then it just ended up getting renamed, probably because it took forever to develop. So at that point, they just changed the name. Because it had been, what, like, the first preview for 13 Versus, or whatever it was called back then, Final Fantasy Versus 13, was like in 2009 or 8 or something. It was so long ago. It was way before 15 ever came out. That's the thing. So the game took forever to release. Then when it finally came out, it didn't have any of the things that were shown in those supposedly demo areas. They did have 2 playable demos. One of them, you had to buy Final Fantasy Type 0 on the PlayStation 4. That would give you access to the original demo with the Behemoth fight. And then the second demo, I forgot when that one was available, but I remember it was a downloadable demo on the PlayStation 4. And you got to play as Noctis as a kid. So it was almost like he was Sora from Kingdom Hearts. It felt very Kingdom Hearts. And he was in this room with like these giant toys or something. It was so weird. But it was cool though. I remember that demo. And then the actual game finally came out, I think like a year after that demo. But I just remember Square Enix put so much into marketing that game. And it just never seemed to live up to the hype. It was a good game, but it wasn't like an amazing 10 out of 10 or anything. And it was lacking a lot of content too. Like, they had to do story chapters. I remember the problems where you could only control Noctis. You couldn't give commands or control the other party members. At least in the vanilla edition of the game. Then they had the Royal Edition. They added, like, character chapters. There was all this extra stuff. There was a full, like, 90 or 2-hour movie. Like, a full CGI movie. The plot was around, like, Luna Freya and the King. It barely even had Noctis in it. Like, Noctis and his Backstreet Boys were, like, only in the very end of the movie? Or in the very first scene or something? But some people like the game because it was very memorable in the sense that Final Fantasy 15 is a one of a kind. It's the only game where it's literally a road trip. It's literally like... I almost want to say it's like a Korean boy band on a long road trip. That's what it looks like. Like if someone asked me to describe like Final Fantasy 15 in one sentence or in like a few words, Korean boy band and road trip and camping. Like, that's it. That's all it is. Like, that's basically what Final Fantasy 15 is. Which is unique because no other Final Fantasy is like that. And the whole Final Fantasy franchise is known for, you know, having every single game different from each successive title. Like, all of them are supposed to be completely different stories, completely different worlds, different characters, etc. And they're not known for sequels or trilogies. In fact, like, 10 got a sequel, and then 13 ended up turning into a trilogy. I think the reason why that happened with 13 was because I guess the board members or the higher-ups at Square Enix thought that they wanted their games to be more intertwined. Like, they wanted subsequent games to share lore between different titles. So, like, for example, the Nova Crystallis. Nova Crystallis was the name of the world, I think, for the 13 game. And then that was still somehow shared with... it was supposed to be shared with 15, but then I think they broke that off, and then it became its own thing. And then Final Fantasy Type 0 was also somehow intertwined or somehow related to 13's universe. Like, they use the concept of the l'Cie and some of the vocabulary overlaps. The graphics were really good too. Yeah, the thing is, well, I think 13 had really good graphics for its time, more so than 15. I really think that 13 on PS3 was more impressive visually than 15 on PS4. Oh wow, I almost killed everybody with that. Why did he attack the samurai? They didn't have to do that. He was just minding his own business. Yeah, the PC port came out way, way later. Because I think... Wasn't 15 2016? Or was it 2015? I think it was 2016. Fall 2016 was Final Fantasy 15, if I remember, on the PS4. Yeah, the original release. You know, it's so weird to think that PlayStation VR also released in 2016. I can't believe PlayStation VR is that old. Even the VR headsets, like the original Oculus Rift and the HTC Vive, like the first generation VR headsets were all 2016. That's crazy to think that that stuff is that old. Oh, this room is packed. Alright, I'm gonna take these. Oh, they shoved me to this side of the room. Yeah, but this game's supposed to get a, I don't want to say it's a complete remake, or in terms of the graphics. The producer showed different examples. I think it was in early last year. Pretty sure it was early last year, because it was after Endwalker. He showed, in one of the live letters that they do, he showed images of what they were kind of playing around with in terms of concepts for how to make the newer game look. And one of the examples he showed looked very realistic, almost photorealistic. And they said that they don't want to do that. That's not what they want to do. They don't want the game to lose its almost like somewhat anime-inspired look. So, meaning they're not going to go for ultra-realism. And so it's not going to look like Cyberpunk 2077. Like, this game was never gonna look like that. That's not their vision of how this game should look. So it's not gonna look ultra realistic. But it also, you know, they're gonna clean up a lot of like how these visuals look dated. Like the, you know, see how like the textures on the character, like the shadows and the armor doesn't look, everything looks really matte. There's like nothing really reflective. Notice how the surface textures don't really look reflective. The translucent stuff looks bright and has kind of like a translucent haze effect, but there isn't really a lot of real reflections in this game. And I think this game utilizes HBAO plus for the ambient occlusion, or it can if you turn it on. I know I'm using it, but I don't know what they're gonna do in terms of, are they gonna add like RT and that sort of thing? Maybe. I just think that if they're gonna port this game to the Luminous engine, it might be a really bad idea. Although I could see this game in the Forspoken world, like the Forspoken visuals, the overall polygon and pixel count. I can see this game like being rendered in the Luminous engine based off of what I've seen in Forspoken. I could see them doing that. I just don't think the game will run really well without a lot of care taken for the optimization. Because Forspoken runs horribly, and it's a single-player game. So with this is a completely different animal. Because this is an MMO, this is server and client-based, and if you put that with the Luminous engine, that's going to be very, very hard to optimize. It'll be cool if they do it, because it's like, okay, you can do direct storage. So if somebody has all the, you know, if a computer checks off all the requirements, that could be a really good experience. I just think that they're probably not going to do that. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, when this game first came out back in 2013, I'm not talking about 1.0. I'm talking about 2.0, which was 2013. So this game's almost 10 years old. If we go by A Realm Reborn standards, the recommended graphics card for this game at that time, and that was a DX9 client, was a Radeon RX 7950, a 7950, or NVIDIA GTX 670. So, or a 660 Ti, so somewhere around there. So it was pretty hard to run. Like, if you needed a 7950 to run this game, or a GTX 670, you know, that's, at the time, that was pretty expensive. That was pretty state-of-the-art hardware for 2013. Well, okay, maybe not state-of-the-art, but still, you guys get what I'm saying. It's more demanding than a lot of the other games at the time, especially for an MMO. It was way more demanding than, say, WoW. Like, WoW was way easier to run than this game back then. Who should I guess the machinist? But I was thinking a few weeks ago, you know, I probably should come back to Endwalker or Final Fantasy, get somewhat caught up so that when the expansion comes out, I'm not super behind. Because I haven't really played this game story-wise since I finished Endwalker back in, like, around the holiday season 2021. So it's been over a year. So I'm really behind. I know I did the first 24-man raid. I did not do any of the Savage raids for this expansion. So, I mean, I did the normal mode, but not the Savage mode. I think what they're going to do is they're going to clean up some of the animations, though. Because this game, it's almost like... So, okay, I'll give you guys an example. So, watch me moonwalk. Watch me glide as I... Well, I should probably help these guys. Let me just finish this off real quick. But see, like, okay. If I turn off my tank stance... So, watch. I'm going to turn on my tank stance, Defiance. So, as I run... See how I just moonwalked? See how I was gliding across the tatami mat? That's what I mean by this game has the janky look to it with the animations. That's hilarious. Watch, I'm gonna turn it. Look at the floor, and then watch the feet. Watch the feet. It's even funnier watching like a Dark Knight like swing their sword and do all their moves while they're like gliding across the ground with their legs, not even lifting off the ground. That's the sort of stuff that I can see them fixing for the newer graphics overhaul for the 7.0 release. Because World of Warcraft and other high-budget MMOs never had that kind of problem. It just makes the game look kind of janky for someone who's not familiar with Final Fantasy. But for people who have played this game since the beginning, like, it's almost like that's a part of the game. And it's one of the characteristics of the game. It's almost like it's one of its defining qualities. Even though, to an outsider, it doesn't really exhibit good quality when your character is moonwalking or gliding across the field or across the floor while doing their moves. Okay, we don't need to go in there. I like how that Reaper is just using his little... Oh, he just stepped on a mine. He might die. Okay, he made it. I'm totally helping out. Like, I'm just bringing up the rear and just like last hitting everything. Like I'm playing Dota 2 or something. Hey, at least I'm not that guy in the back who's like the last one who had to sprint to get to the teleporter. What's the best looking MMO I've ever seen? Probably some Korean MMO that I don't remember the name of. It's like, you know, Black Desert, Bless Unleashed, like all those games have very good visuals, but they just don't have a lot of essence. Like my problem with Korean MMOs, there's a lot of them. But they always seem to lack, like, the replay value. I don't know. Like, there's just something about their games that just lack the kind of... Even though WoW... So WoW has a big player base, but the WoW community was pretty toxic. Or it could be. I don't know if it's gotten better over the years. Whereas this game never had a very toxic community for an MMO. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV has always had one of the better communities. Whereas WoW was kind of hit or miss. And then the Korean MMOs, like Bless Unleashed, Black Desert, Lost Ark. There's a ton of them. There's a ton of them. So the only way I can simplify them as a group is just referring to them as Korean MMOs. Because what am I supposed to say? MMOs? That won't work because that would imply this game, WoW, other games. Like, those other MMOs just, they lack the, I don't know, they just lack the community. It's not that they have toxic communities, they just don't have very strong communities. Like, the player base is always kind of small after the first month. Once the novelty of the game as a new game wears off, the game loses a lot of its player base. Or worse, it has a lot of bugs and issues that cause people to stop playing early on, and that just makes the MMO just kind of die off and fade off into obscurity at that point. And that's the reason why I've never really bothered to play a lot of other MMOs. I feel like the only one that I've played over the years is this one, and then the only other one that I've played before this one was World of Warcraft, and I only really played World of Warcraft in the days of vanilla and the Burning Crusade. I never played Cataclysm. I never played Wrath of the Lich King. So I basically quit WoW during the Burning Crusade, and that was it. Like, I did go back to it when WoW Classic released. So I feel like the most recent era for me of playing a lot of MMOs was 2019. 2019 was probably the year where I played a lot of or I did a lot of MMO time. But it wasn't a lot of different MMOs. It was mainly just 14 for Shadowbringer, and then Final Fantasy, or I just said 14, WoW Classic. I played WoW Classic when it relaunched back in August. I think it was August or September. No, I'm pretty sure it was August. Maybe it was September. I don't remember. It was August or September of 2019. I did play Guild Wars 2. I played Guild Wars 2 back in 2012 when it first came out, which was a year before this game. Then when this game came out in 2013, I switched over from Guild Wars 2 to this game and basically never went back. So yeah, I did play Guild Wars 2. I played Guild Wars 1 as well. In fact, I actually liked Guild Wars 1 more than Guild Wars 2. I feel like the PvP, the arenas, and the GVG, Guild vs. Guild, in Guild Wars 1 was probably the best PvP in an MMO ever. Like, WoW's PvP was also pretty good, too. I didn't really enjoy the arenas that much. I never really got into the arenas scene in WoW, though. I never played it long enough where arenas was a thing. I just remember Warsong, Altric Valley, and Arathi Basin. Like, when I think of PvP and WoW, that's what comes to mind. Or like world PvP while you were leveling. You know, like playing on a PvP server. Because I used to play on Mal'Ganis, like an old school PvP server back in the day. I was a Tauren Druid, and I think I was, I was a Tauren Druid on that one. And yeah, PvP was super fun as a Druid because you just basically turn into a bear and they can't really kill you, and then you literally just heal yourself. You just like get out of bear, root them, heal yourself back up to full health, then go back into the bear mode, or you can go into the cat mode and then just claw attack everything. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that this game, I don't know. I tried the PvP. They tried to overhaul PvP in this game many, many times, and I feel like every single time they changed it up, they made it worse and worse. I don't know how it is now. I haven't touched PvP in this game in a long time, but I remember like PvP in the first expansion was excellent, although a lot of people said it was broken because you could literally play as an Astrologian and you were immortal because you could just shield yourself constantly because you had an instacast shield and you had instacast heals, so they couldn't interrupt you, and you also could like you had more crowd control options back then. Like, you could put people to sleep. You basically had you had the ability to put enemies to sleep so you could run away or just spike them. And you had insta-cast shields and heals. Like, I don't know, like, I guess that's why they fixed that, because they really, really nerfed healers in the PvP scene in this game many, many times. They really wanted to turn PvP in this game into like a team sport. Like, they wanted the arenas to be the thing. Like, they didn't really want like a 1v1. They never really wanted like 1v1 to be a thing. Because I feel like 1v1 PvP in Final Fantasy is kind of a joke because it's so imbalanced. Because if you're playing PvP in this game, when you go into PvP mode, you lose a lot of your moves. You have like only 5 moves, but if you're a healer, you literally only have like 1 damage. You have 1 damage spell, and it has a cast time. And then you have like 2 heals, and then you have a limit break, which is just a big heal, and then you have no way of reviving characters, which I think is really bad. Like, why did they take that away? Uh-oh. Oh, I have innervasion on. I can't do any of my skills. I can't use my skills. But yeah, I played Guild Wars 2 and I just thought it was disappointing. Guild Wars 2 was another game that didn't run good at release. Like, it had a lot of... Like, you go inside a town in Guild Wars 2 and you drop to like 30 FPS. Didn't matter what CPU you had. You were dipping a lot in that game. And they never really fixed that because it was an old DX9 client. I think they finally upgraded it to DX11 like 2 or 3 years ago. It still runs bad to this day. Yeah, because Final Fantasy... This game runs pretty good, but the thing is, this game started out having high requirements, but it never went up. It just, like, it started with high requirements, but then as technology improved, it got easier and easier to run. You're going to try Diablo 4 beta this weekend? Oh, yeah, that's the game that is apparently killing graphics cards, isn't it? Are we back to this thing again, like with the New World MMO? Is it open to the public? Can anybody just play Diablo 4? They don't have to have like a key or anything? They just get in? I mean, I'll try it if it's that simple. Oh, you know what? I need to turn the volume down a little bit. This weekend? Oh, I might have to try it out. I was gonna mention real quick, there is a downloadable demo. There is a downloadable demo for Blue Protocol. Blue Protocol is an MMO that I've been waiting to play for a long time. I don't know when it's gonna come out, but the fact that there's a benchmark demo for Blue Protocol, very similar to the Final Fantasy XIV benchmark, I might add. I haven't actually run it yet. I probably should have done that by now. But yeah, there's a benchmark demo for Blue Protocol. That game looks promising, but the only thing is, if that game ends up being like Phantasy Star Online, then I think it'll be a disappointment. I hope it's more than that, because Phantasy Star Online was probably the most disappointing MMO that I was wanting to play. Then when it released, it was extremely disappointing. It just felt so outdated. Like, Phantasy Star Online felt like playing Monster Hunter mixed with the MMO format or the MMO formula, and it just didn't seem that fun. It just felt very repetitive. And MMOs, by their nature, have to have very repetitive gameplay. Like, you guys may have noticed, I've been playing the same dungeon over and over again to grind levels. But this seems manageable. Phantasy Star Online is, like, the missions are long, drawn out, and you group up with randoms, or you can group up with your friends, but it's very repetitive. And the thing is, the objective is almost always the same thing, and it just takes a long time, and you're running across a map with a lot of nothing. It just seemed so disappointing. And then they rehashed, or they overhauled the game, re-released it as Phantasy Star Online New Genesis. And then I came back, I tried to play it again, and then I thought, this is the exact same game, only it looks a tiny bit better. What are they doing? I'm not going to play this game. So that was my experience with Phantasy Star Online. So yeah, I really want to play Blue Protocol. I just hope that it doesn't end up like Phantasy Star Online. I don't know if it's going to be free. It might be free like Guild Wars 2. But, well, actually, Guild Wars 2 wasn't free originally. I think it's free now. But it was not free originally. But Guild Wars 2 was a game that started out where you buy it and you have the whole game. Then they added the cash shop for cosmetics and stuff, like for clothing and glamours and stuff. Now I think it's free to play, but I think they did that because the player base has shrunk so much. So I don't know. I don't know how big Guild Wars 2 is anymore. It's certainly not as big as Final Fantasy XIV. That much I know. But I think it's still one of the top 10 MMOs. They say MMOs are a dying breed. I feel like MMOs are being replaced slowly by live service games. So games like Genshin Impact are kind of scraping away market share from the traditional MMO genre. A lot of people like to say that, oh, well, people stopped playing MMOs because they play MOBAs like League of Legends now. I don't really agree with that statement, because I feel like the people who tend to gravitate to games like League of Legends probably weren't the target audience for MMOs in the first place. And a lot of people that still play Final Fantasy XIV might also play League of Legends. They just prioritize one more than the other. So I don't really think that... But the thing is, I know a lot of people that don't play MMOs, but they do play a lot of MOBAs. So it's kind of like there's different demographics. There's different audiences for these different types of games. The queue times for this are really not that good compared to the way they used to be. Which means a lot of people have moved on to newer content. That's the only challenge. That's a constant challenge for the developers for MMOs. I feel like you're constantly adding new content with each patch over time, slowly making your older content less and less relevant. So, in the case of 14, the way they fix that problem is with the Relic questline. For those wondering what the Relic questline is, that's basically the ultimate weapon that you can make in the game. You can basically there's like a long quest line for upgrading this weapon for each expansion. And I think it starts typically, it might actually be in the game by now, because we're in patch 6.35. I think the .3 patch typically introduces the Relic questline. So it usually goes from point 3 all the way to the final patch before, or actually maybe the patch before the final one. So I don't know, somewhere between like 4 and 5. The .4 and the .5, usually that concludes the Relic quest. So, but the point is, the Relic quest reuses a lot of the old content, so it requires players to replay old dungeons, old content, go to old areas, lower level areas that are typically ghost towns or have very, very long queue times because no one's doing it. So it's like, well, if you want to level up your the best weapon in the game, you have to go and do this old content. I know it sounds really lame, but the thing is, they give you an option. It's like, okay, you can either do the old content or you have like another method. At least that's how they handled it in the last expansion. Blue Protocol is going to be free to play. Yeah, I figured it was. You tried to play back in the day was EVE Online, but that game is like a second job. Well, I mean, any MMO could be like a second job. Although that's kind of the difference between what I consider the second generation MMO, or I guess the first generation MMO, and the second generation MMO, or the third generation. Yeah, where I draw the line for MMOs is typically first generation is like EverQuest and RuneScape and maybe Final Fantasy XI. That's like Gen 1 for MMOs. And then the second generation MMOs are World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 1, EVE Online, Lineage 2. A lot of those games that released from like 2004 to 2010 are typically what I consider Gen 2 MMOs. And then Gen 3 MMOs are what we have today. So like this game, the current iteration of World of Warcraft, those games are more Gen 3 MMOs. It's like, and what do I mean by Gen 3 versus Gen 2? Well, the newer the generation, the less it feels like having a second job. There's more quality of life balances. There's a lot of ways to catch up to other players that play a lot more than you do if you don't play that much because of life or whatever. So, yeah, that's the difference. Because, like, old school Gen 1, no, it was basically a second job. Gen 2 was also pretty much a second job. Anybody who used to run a raid guild in World of Warcraft back in the day, having to schedule like molten core runs and do like a 4-hour block, they know exactly what I'm talking about. And I got to relive some of that back in 2019 with WoW Classic. But the current generation, it's like I only have, like, let's say I have an hour to play. Okay, well, I can jump in, I can queue up with 3 other random people like I'm doing right now, and I can do the content, I can level up my character's class, and I don't have to worry about it. I haven't even messaged anyone in this group at all. It's like no one has said anything to each other. So I guess the downside of the latest generation MMO is it tends to lack the sense of community that you had in the older MMOs, because there's a lot more, it's a lot more anonymous, there's a lot less player-to-player interaction. There are objectives. As long as everyone's just doing the objective, there's no reason to complain, there's no reason to talk to anybody. Occasionally someone might strike up a conversation talking about the weather or whatever is going on, or the upcoming patch, or they got this whatever drop recently. That stuff kind of still happens, but it's not like in old school WoW or any kind of second gen like Guild Wars 1, where you had to, there was no such thing as Party Finder, there was no such thing as Raid Finder or Duty Finder. You had to go out of your way, spam the general chat, LFG, LFM healer, LFM tank, like level 60, LFG, UBRS, you know what I'm saying? Like that's basically what you had to do. But then you had to whisper people to get them to add you and all this stuff. That whole environment, totally gone. Doesn't exist anymore. So the thing is, the only good thing about that is that it was way more time consuming, which is the bad thing. The good thing though, you actually made a lot of friends in game over time because you had to communicate effectively with the other players if you actually wanted to make a lot of progress in the game. Fast forward to today, and it's like, you don't actually have to do that anymore. As long as you just do the stuff, like what I'm doing right now, it's pretty brain dead easy. That guy's just sitting there. Don Pompadour is just sitting there waiting. That Kuwabara hairstyle. Don Pompadour. He's just standing there waiting. Like, what are you guys doing? Hurry up. I think the... Have you ever tried to play Arcage? I think Arcage was probably the best Korean MMO that I ever played. Arcage and Terra were both pretty good. It's like playing with NPCs. Yeah, and you know what? That it's good that you mentioned NPCs, because the other thing too about these games are NPCs. NPCs are something that you can actually now queue up with. So like, for instance, this dungeon I have to play with other players, or I can do it solo. Like, if I wanted to, I could do it solo. The reason I'm not going to do it solo is because it would take way longer to clear by myself than with a group of 4 people. But there are other dungeons that you can do with NPCs. Like, they have AI bots that can accompany you into the dungeons now. So, you know, that's one of those things where it's like they put it in the game, I guess, for self-preservation reasons for the game. Like, if the in-game population, or if the popularity of the game ever dwindles enough, you know, if they could fight back against long queue times by having people just group up with NPCs. Ouch, that was bad. I have 404 of these potions. Terra had really hefty requirements, so you never got around to it. It died last year. I think Terra's still around on the PC. I think the consoles died. Wow, we keep getting lucky with these petrification charms. Lots of treasure. Yeah, I tried Terra. You know another game that I played, which it wasn't really that much of an MMO. It was more like a dungeon crawler. Vindictus. I remember I liked the game Vindictus. It was another Korean MMO type of game. That was it was basically gender-locked classes. And you couldn't create your character. It was basically you played as one of the preset characters that determined what your class was. So, like, you could have been a gunner, you could have been a tank, or like a one-handed swordswoman with a shield, There was I think there was a dude with like dual blades or something, and then there was a girl with, oh no, I think there was a girl with dual blades. I can't remember anymore. It's been a long time. There was a caster, or like a sorcerer or something. Like, that game was pretty good though. Kenshin is a fun indie game you highly recommend. Is it like this, or is it like a side scroller? Oh, I just realized that I'm not using any of these things. Bring this Tengu over here. Never mind. Kenshin is good. It has a steep learning curve. It's not like Sifu or anything like that, is it? Kenshin's like a mix of genres. RTS, RPG, sandbox. That sounds interesting. Sounds kind of like Nier. Except for the RTS part. Alright, next comes the boss fight. I really want to try to hit level 70. It's like a squad-based RPG. So, does that mean it's kind of like Vindictus? Well, I guess you guys don't know what Vindictus is. It's not like that Naraku game or anything, right? I think I've grouped up with Amber Blaze like 2 times now. Yeah, I'm plus 99 on everything now. In this thing. Man, I'm still not level 69. I thought I was gonna get level 69. One more run, and then I'm level 69. And then I think it's like 6 more runs to get... Yeah, this method of leveling up isn't so great anymore. Well, that's because I'm close to level 70. If I was level 61 to 64, this would go by a lot faster. It's just starting to slow down because I'm at the upper range of the level bracket. Yeah, I might have to look into that. See, I feel like there's only 2 games that I play perpetually. Well, when I say perpetually, I don't really mean like every single day, all the time. You're still surprised how I can see the UI elements? Well, that's because it's on a big 27-inch screen. Like, for you guys, it's small because you're watching it in the YouTube browser window. But this is what it's like playing at 4K. So this is 4K resolution, native scaling. Yeah. I mean, I can read what it says. Like, right there on the left, right above where I'm sitting here, it says Duty Finder, Heaven on High, floors 21 through 30. Forming party 2 out of 4, time elapsed 1 minute 22 seconds. Average wait time less than 5 minutes. And then there's like a bunch of other quests I need to turn in. That's basically what's on that. What's in the upper right there. Squad base. That sounds pretty interesting. But the only games that I really play, like this game, I haven't actually been keeping up with. So I can barely count Final Fantasy XIV. But this is currently the only MMO that I still play. And then Genshin Impact, as everybody who watches my streams regularly already knows, Genshin Impact is really the only game that I play, perpetually, I guess is the right word, permanently. Like, I'll log in, do my dailies, log out, or sometimes spend the, what is it called? Resin? That game uses the word resin, right? Like, because some of the games, they use different terminologies in those type of games. The condensed resin or the crystallized, whatever. Like, I do the thing that you're supposed to do in gacha games or in live service games so that you aren't stuck not gaining resin or whatever. The timed currency. Like all those live service games have that kind of stuff. So sometimes I'll spend that down to 0. Oftentimes I won't. I'll just log in, do the 4 dailies, then log out, and that's all I do for the day. If there's a new character, assuming I'm trying to get that character, I will do the wishes to try to pull the character. So in the case of like Shenhe, I got her on, what was it, Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday she was available, so I used up all my wishes. I actually didn't have enough. I had to go into the shop and I think exchange for like 8 more wishes from the Star Glitter currency, but I was able to get her on like wish 74 or 75 or 73. It was like one of those 3. I forget the number, but it was one of those. But you play Genshin Impact just because whatever, or it has an ultimate end goal. It doesn't actually have an end game. See, the problem with Genshin Impact, and I think this is the problem for all live service-based games, and I think the industry is trending in this direction. There isn't really an end of the game. It's almost like an MMO in that regard. The way the game continues, or the whole reason why you want to keep playing, is to see more of the story. And the other thing, too, is the developers are constantly developing new content. So, like, anytime there's a content patch, it adds a whole bunch of story elements. Oftentimes they're temporary limited time events. So that's the whole FOMO business model, which I know a lot of people don't like. It's very controversial. But it's very successful from a business standpoint. It has proven itself time and time again to be extremely successful. So they do a lot of that. But oftentimes they will also add story elements. So there'll be new story chapters, a lot of voiced dialogue. So you can tell that there's a lot of quality and there's a lot of hard work being put into the game. It also helps the game has an excellent soundtrack. So Genshin Impact has one of the best soundtracks out of any of the games that have come out in recent memory. And it's just constantly being updated. So I don't know much about like the other gacha games because I really only play Genshin Impact. But I can tell you, like, Genshin Impact does exhibit a lot of high quality. Like, it does seem like a quality product, a high quality game for what you're playing. And I can't say that about a lot of other gacha games. The only other one that I tried in recent memory, or like back in, what was it, September or August? It was August, that's right. It was before Sumeru. I tried this game that launched. It was called Tower of Fantasy. And a lot of people kept saying it's the Genshin Impact killer. It's going to steal the player base from Genshin. I tried it out, and I remember it was totally not going to steal anything from Genshin Impact. At best, it got maybe 15 to 20% of the player base to actually try it. But the style of game is just way too different. So Tower of Fantasy was more like an MMO because it was a persistent server-based world like Final Fantasy. So you could see other players, like this guy, for instance. Like, you would see other players in the cities, and you could interact with them. Very much like an MMO. The problem was the combat was kind of clunky, It wasn't nearly as refined as Genshin Impact's combat system. And it had the gacha system. So, but the thing is, you could ignore the gacha system, and the game as a whole would be okay. It's just without the gacha system, which is how you got the weapons, you were very limited in scope of what you could do within the game compared to a more fully fleshed out game like Final Fantasy XIV, for instance. And that's ultimately the reason why I feel like Tower of Fantasy failed to live up to the hype and the expectations that it had going for itself when it launched back in August. So what I remember happening was I played Tower of Fantasy for about a month. And I remember I was playing it because there was nothing new in Genshin Impact at the time. We were in that lull period where the summer event, the Summer Fantasia event, aka I always call it Fischl's World. It was the last content patch for Genshin Impact before Sumeru, and I call it Fischl's World because it was all about Fischl, Kazuha, Xinyan, and Mona, and they went on the Summer Island adventure. It was a really cool event. It was probably my favorite Genshin Impact event ever, and it had a very like Alice in Wonderland feel to it. But basically, after that event concluded, there was nothing else to do in Genshin. So that was the perfect storm for Tower of Fantasy to launch and then steal a lot of players away from Genshin. The problem was, it worked for them, at least for that 1 month period. Because the problem was, a few weeks after, I think it was like two and a half weeks after Tower of Fantasy launched, Genshin Impact 4.0 dropped, which was the Sumeru patch. And that basically obliterated Tower of Fantasy. Because, like, it was so much better quality. Like, first of all, it added a whole new continent to explore, or like a whole new nation to explore. The Sumeru Nation. Whole new main scenario quest line, a bunch of new characters, a whole new element to add to the battle system. So the Dendro element, which is kind of like the nature element, was added. Just so much stuff was added. And then the soundtrack was so good. Then it was like, okay, bye Tower of Fantasy. Because by comparison, Tower of Fantasy, the music was not notable at all compared to Genshin. The battle system was okay, but it wasn't as refined as Genshin Impact. And in fact, it wasn't even as good as like other MMOs. Like Guild Wars 2's combat system was better. And that game was like 10 years old. And it was better. So, and it was a fully featured MMO, whereas Tower of Fantasy was kind of like MMO / gacha hybrid. And if you didn't partake in the gacha elements, you were really missing out, and that's kind of the whole reason why I feel like it failed. But I tried to like that game a lot, and then just, it kind of fell flat. You didn't even know Tower of Fantasy received a PC port? You thought it was mobile only? No, I was on PC. It was pretty fun, too, in the beginning. I'll tell you, there was a lot of people playing it. There was a lot of people. It felt like a brand new MMO. There were so many people playing that game at release. And the thing is, they also had, like, the really big Twitch streamers playing it. Like, Asmongold was playing it. Like, everybody was playing it for like, the first week that it was out. It just ultimately fell flat, and the problem was Sumeru killed it. Because a lot of the people who played MMOs realized that it was lacking in a lot of, like, replayability, so they just went back to WoW or Final Fantasy or whatever they were playing before. And then the Genshin crowd just went back to Genshin when Sumeru dropped. So that's kind of how the game just faded off into oblivion. Yeah, but Genshin, so a lot of people like to consider something called Tower of the Abyss the ultimate end game for Genshin Impact. The thing is, it's completely optional, so you don't even have to do it to see any content. It's a fully optional dungeon that you have to do solo. I really wish what I really wish the developers of Genshin would do is they should make a version of Spiral Abyss that can be done with a group. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. I've been saying this for at least a year. Genshin Impact needs like raid level content. Because it has enough multiplayer co-op game modes. It just doesn't have like a really notable you know, co-op mode that is a permanent thing. All the co-op events in Genshin are temporary, limited time events. And I really think if they made a static thing like Spiral Abyss, but applied it to a permanent 2 to 3 week basis, just like Spiral Abyss, I think a lot of people would have a lot more to say about it in a positive light. Because other than it having really good music, really good quality, if a bit repetitive gameplay, it doesn't really have anything in terms of co-op that is outstanding. So, you know, occasionally they'll have limited time events where there'll be things like tower defense and battle arenas and that kind of thing. But it's not something that you can just play all the time. It's always a limited thing, and I think that kills the appeal for a lot of people. Oh, man. What the? There. Well, it's nice to know, though, that, you know, like, people in the chat played MMOs, because I wasn't sure, you know, what other games my viewers play, other than the usual, you know, like Hogwarts Legacy and those single-player games or shooters. I really don't play a lot of first-person shooters. Like, I remember every time I say that, people always like to point out that I played Quake 2 RTX on stream. I'm like, does that really count? It's like, yes, it's a shooter, but it's not really a modern one. We all have permanent sprint. Like, why? Oh yeah, we do have permanent sprint. It's like, why is everybody moving so fast? Auto heal's disabled, so I'm gonna use those buffs. Hold on, there's one over here that's too close to us, though. I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna try this one. I'm gonna grab this guy. I think I found the real one. I think it's this one right here. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, that was not it at all. Oh man, and the thing is auto heal's disabled, so I'm gonna take a lot of damage. I'll have to use my self heal. Alright, it's probably the one over there. We don't have a healer. We have 3 tanks and... Oh, we do. The white mage can heal. I mean, not white mage. The red mage. The red mage can heal. So the red mage is actually healing me. That's good. I remember when I was leveling up red mage, I would act... In a deep dungeon like this in Palace of the Dead, I would be healing more. Well, not more, but I would be healing a lot. Because, like, no one was healing, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna heal everybody. Even though there was a summoner, they wouldn't heal. And for whatever reason, I think there was a white mage or an astrologian, they just didn't want to heal either, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna heal them. I really wish for content like this, well, I guess it's varied enough. I really dislike that Final Fantasy, like, they got rid of the class system. Like, you can't really do content at higher levels using the class. You have to basically use the job. And the game used to have a lot of interesting, diverse builds with the classes. Because, like, you could be a warrior, or no, you could be like a archer, and you could bring the cure spell with you. It would look hilarious when an archer would cast cure, because they would take their bow and they would lift it in the air, so you would see like the bow being lifted into the air, like they were channeling a spell to cure themselves with their bow and arrow. They're kind of hilarious looking. They took that away though. I think in Stormblood they got rid of that, or maybe it was Shadowbringers. It was disappointing because I remember like a Marauder being able to solo Palace of the Dead, and he had like a lot of self-sustain utility heals that the warrior doesn't have access to. And this was back when the max level was 60. Does this room have the thing? No, it's the other room. Yeah, this stream is kind of quiet. There's not a lot of different topics going on. We don't have Hades. Hades isn't here. We're missing Met Prism. We're missing the people who ask all the interesting questions and turn the stream into like a some kind of like college lecture on some sort of topic. I was gonna say technology, but then there was that one stream about the oceans and oceanography and all that stuff, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's more general than that. Maybe I shouldn't limit the scope just to computer hardware. So we don't have those. We don't have the viewers that ask all the crazy questions that turn this into a lecture series. So it's one of these more like chill. We're just gonna level some characters in Final Fantasy. Well, I do have to apologize for any viewers that joined this thinking that they were gonna see Eureka Orthos on this stream, because this is complete false advertising on my part. I didn't know that you had to be level 81. I probably should have known better, because I knew that you had to be level 51 to go into Palace of the Dead, and you had to be level 61 to go into this dungeon that I'm doing right now. So I guess I should have looked into that ahead of time. Oh, now I'm level 69, so I leveled up. So one more level to go, and then I'm level 70. Then I'll have to figure out, like, what am I supposed to do? What's the optimal way to level up beyond 70? Because I won't be running this dungeon once I hit level 70. You still gonna do the dungeon after you level up enough in this stream? I won't be able to do that. The thing is, it will take too long to hit level 81 as a warrior on stream. That would turn into like a 7-hour stream. So it's not going to be a thing that happens in this stream. It'll probably have to be in another stream to actually show that dungeon. Because that's the new content. The content that I'm showing you guys right now is not new at all. This is Stormblood. So this is like... What year did this dungeon come out? It would have been 2018. This content's from 2018. So we are not doing anything new. So this is complete false advertising. But at least I'll be level 70. Well, that was close. I did not want to get hit with that. I didn't want to get hit with that debuff. The mimics in this game are like the worst enemies in these dungeons. They can put a debuff on you that basically curses you and you constantly lose HP. And it lasts for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something. Uh-oh. Alright, well, when this happens to me, I typically scout ahead. Because I can't fight when I'm in this little mode. I got turned into a... What is this thing supposed to be? I like how I have my warrior's rage aura while I'm walking around with a little lantern. Oh, and I'm totally in the wrong room. In the Mimic tier list, the Dark Souls one is on a high spot. Well, because, you know, I don't know. Like, honestly, the problem with the Dark Souls Mimic is... See, the thing is... The thing is, in this game... I would beg to differ on that. I kind of think the Mimic in this game is worse. Because in Dark Souls, so the Mimic in Dark Souls is scary to look at. And it has some devastating grab attacks. But the thing is, in this game, like, if you're doing this dungeon solo, it's a whole different game. Like, if you're by yourself trying to clear floor 100 and you run into a Mimic, that is the most, like, blood pressure raising, adrenaline rush, you know, like that's the most frightening experience in gaming. When you open a chest and there's a Mimic in there and you're like on floor 99, you're like one floor away. Because what you guys aren't seeing is the reason why the enemies are dying very easily, because I'm only on floor 23. There's 100 floors, and the floors get significantly harder the higher up you go. So by the time you're in the last 10 floors, it is insanely hard. So if you run into a Mimic at like floor 90 something, that can be a death sentence in this game if you're not ready for it. So the amount of strategy and preparation to clear floor 100 of Heaven on High in Final Fantasy XIV is right up there with like New Game plus 7 level difficulty in like Elden Ring or Dark Souls. so yeah, I don't know, because the stakes are really high. Because if you die on your way up to floor 100, you have to start all over again at the lower floor. So, and it takes a long time. You guys can see it's taking me about, what, like 10 minutes to clear 10 floors? Anywhere from like 9 to 12 minutes, depending on how fast the group is clearing these floors. And this is with a group of 4 people. So it'll take longer if you're solo. Now you could do floor 100 with a group. Typically it's gonna be like a pre-made. You're gonna be playing with people that you know. You wouldn't be doing it with randoms. I guess you could, but I don't really know of anybody who clears floor 100 of Heaven on High with randoms. Typically, there's a lot more strategy required to clear the last 10 floors. Or even the last 30 floors. See, like, we stepped on a trap. We got silenced and pure pacification. So we can't even do... Like, this dude and me, like, we literally only have autos. Like, we can't use most of our moves. So if you get silenced and then you open up a mimic, yeah, that's not fun. All I have are my auto attacks. Okay, that debuff wore off, so now I can do stuff again. But this gameplay loop in Heaven on High is a lot like Phantasy Star Online or Vindictus and Monster Hunter World. It's, well, Monster Hunter World, no, it's not like Monster Hunter World. There. We just need to kill one more enemy and then we were able to spawn the teleporter. Misa, yeah, I remember this Angel Wings character. So it's interesting. I've noticed the same characters. I'll occasionally group up with them again, which means that there's not that many people running this. Because the queue times for Heaven on High typically used to be instantaneous. So having to wait like 6 minutes to find a group, that's a bad sign for this dungeon. I know the relic line in Shadowbringers, I think it leveraged that. I want to see them like revisit Eureka. Now, a lot of people might not agree with that statement, people who played Eureka, but I never got to do Eureka. Like, I never did the Baldessian Arsenal. I never got to fight Ozma and get the Ozma mount. In that, I really regret not doing that content. But I wasn't really in... Like, I think the low point for me in this game was Stormblood. Like, not the beginning, not the expansion patch itself, but the content patches over that 2-year period of Stormblood. That's where I really wasn't really that interested in the game. I didn't play it that much during that time. So think like 2018. That was when I really didn't play a lot of this game. That Mimic... Is that Mimic tier list one of those videos where they have, like, deep fakes of, like, Trump and Biden and Obama talking about tier lists and stuff? I don't know who keeps making those videos. I remember I saw like 2 or 3 of those videos where they were comparing like Pokemon tier lists, or I forgot what it was. They were comparing something, and then I just kind of lost interest in it. It was a cool concept, but it kind of got old after a while. But the mimic thing, is that like somebody talking about it, or is it like some deep fake, like Biden and Trump are comparing like mimics in Dark Souls or like in games? I think the mimic concept originated, well, if I had to guess, I would say Final Fantasy is where it started. But I could be completely wrong in that statement. Oh, you just made it on the spot? Oh, I actually thought there was a video of like Trump and Biden arguing about mimic tier. Yeah, I think it originated in Final Fantasy though. I don't know which one. The thing is, the mimic was an actual job in Final Fantasy. Wow, we don't have a lot of, okay, we have 2 summons. We don't actually have a lot of, like, buffs. And we're already on level floor 28. There's only one more floor after this, and it's the boss. They didn't have to attack that. Okay. Yeah, I was curious. In Brazil, I know in Brazil the import taxes are insanely high. Like, how much does a, like, for instance, how much would a Ryzen 7950X cost in Brazil? Like, I'm curious to know with the tax. Or is it considered the tax, or would it be, or would just the price be really high? The upfront price, not so much the tax, but the price. Wait, what's the other one? Flex? The Hildebrand? The price is really high? Okay. So, okay, yeah, that's pretty high. That's not as crazy high as I thought it would be, though. It is high. But I was thinking like $1,000 or something. I often wonder about how much hardware is in other countries. Because the only one that I am familiar with outside of the US, well, I guess I'm somewhat familiar with the euro, but the Japanese yen, but the Japanese yen is actually, so it's super easy to convert between yen and like US dollars. But it sounds like other countries, I don't know, is it easy to convert US dollars to Brazil currency? Because Japanese yen is super easy. You literally shave off 2 zeros if you're converting to dollars, or you add 2 zeros if you're converting to yen. And then Korean won is 3 zeros. But I know like Chinese yuan is different. Indian rupees is very different, and then like a lot of the other like Southeast Asian countries and all that stuff, like the Mexican peso also isn't a direct easy conversion. You can't just do like shave off 1 zero or add 1 zero. It's just not that easy. $1 like, yeah, that's what I thought. It's not easy to convert. Yeah, that's always tough. It's always tough because so much of it, what you see online, is always in like US dollar numbers. Like even when reviewers, you know, like I was thinking of Hardware Unboxed, because Hardware Unboxed, they're based out of Australia, and whenever they do reviews, whenever they do like pricing analysis, they always base everything off of US dollars. Even though they themselves don't use US dollars. So it's always kind of weird how like everyone's using US dollars as the reference point, as opposed to their own currency. I mean, it makes sense, because if you don't standardize on one currency, then, you know, then your video always, it's less relatable to a wider audience. So I get why they do it. The euro is kind of easy to convert. You don't, like, with the euro, what I always do, I just kind of estimate it's either slightly less dollars or slightly more dollars, depending on the, like, how strong the dollar or the euro is relative to one another. So that's how I've always converted, like, between euros and dollars. So, like, for instance, if something is like 100 US dollars, used to typically be around 95 euros, anywhere from 90 to 95 euros, somewhere in there. It used to be roughly $100, meaning the euro used to be stronger than the dollar. Now, I don't know what it is today currently, but if I had to guess, it's still somewhere in that window. Yen always was like 2 zeros off or on. So, like, but there was always, you always had to factor in a little bit more in favor of the US dollar. So, for example, 1,000 yen would be like $10 is an oversimplification, because you shave off 2 of the zeros from 1,000, so it becomes 10. So that would be the dollar number. So if I wanted to convert $10 to Japanese yen, I would add 2 zeros, like scientific notation, so it would become 1,000 yen. But that's an oversimplification, because that's not actually correct. It's more like the conversion ratio is typically going to be more like 1,000 yen would be more like $8.70 or something, or $9, somewhere in there, depending on how strong or weak the yen is at the time. Because I remember like $1 would be anywhere from 114 yen to like 125 yen. So that means the yen's pretty weak when it's like that. The closer it is from like 100 yen equals $1, the better it is for the yen, but the worse it is for the dollar. Right, and it works the same way with all the other currencies. But yeah, like, for some reason, the Japanese yen has always been very convenient to convert from US dollars to yen. Because the thing is, like, the tax is factored into their product. So, like, if something is like 1,600 yen, that's roughly, like, you could say $16, but it's more like $14.70. But then again, in the US currency, you have to add the tax. So then, like, the $14.70 becomes close to 16. So it is almost like a 1-to-1 ratio. The prices we see in US websites are like before or after. They're always before the tax. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the complaint that a lot of people often complain about when it comes to looking at the price of U.S. Pricing. It's always before the tax. So that goes back to the example I just used, right? Like if 1,600 or 1,600 yen is roughly $16, realistically it's more like $14.70 or so. But the thing is, the dollar number is without tax. The Japanese number is with tax. So when you add the tax on the US dollar, it becomes roughly $16. So then it ends up being like 1,600 yen is equivalent to 16 US dollars. See, so it ends up being very, very close when you put the tax in for the US dollar, because the Japanese one is with the tax included. So yeah, most places are like that. Most places include the tax. That's probably the biggest criticism or the biggest complaint people have of the US pricing, is it's always before tax. So it's almost like false advertising. Because you always end up having to budget for a number higher than what is actually listed. Yeah. No, that's good that they included it already. So as somebody traveling abroad or living abroad in Japan, I enjoyed the fact that all the prices in the stores included the tax. So I didn't have to think, oh, I'm going to need more money than what is actually listed. So I liked the convenience of not having to calculate the extra cost that was the tax. So I think all the European countries include the tax. And I think all the Asian ones do too, as far as I know. The one I don't know is the Canadian one. I don't know if Canada includes the tax or if they don't include the tax. Oh, I knew this would happen. Why did they do that? I honestly don't really know. It's historical reasons, I guess. I think it's because... Oh, you know what? I think I know why. It's because the sales tax is different. It could be different depending on the state. So some states will have sales taxes with different percentages. Now, that's kind of a weak excuse, because realistically, it doesn't matter what state you're in. They could just still include the local sales tax in the pricing number. But the problem is then you would get, different numbers depending on where you are, right? Because if you're in, say, New York might apply, like a 8.25% tax. But then if you go to a place like California, it might be like a 9% tax or some, you know what I'm saying? Like the tax percentages would be different. So then you're stuck with like non-standardized prices when you look at everything all included, because some of the states might have a different list price than others. So, and I think that's probably the reason why it's done that way. Where are they? Oh, these guys are over here. Somebody stepped on something. I think that's the only reason why. We need we need to clear like probably 2 more enemies or 1 more enemy. There we go. Oh man, the import tax is not that high. It depends on where it's coming from. Typically it's like 15, anywhere from 15 to 25%. Maybe in some cases it could be over 30%, but yeah, the import tax in the US is not anything like 60%. It's not that crazy. I haven't had to import anything in a long time. I'm trying to remember the last time I imported something. Oh, the Japanese Wii. Or no, not the Wii. The Japanese Wii U. I imported a Japanese Wii U a number of years ago, back in like 2016 or so. And I remember, yeah, the import tax on that was pretty high. But it wasn't like 60% or anything. It was probably... I mean, let me see if I can remember. Let me calculate it real quick. Hold on. Like, it was probably around like 20% for the Wii to import it from Japan. I think I paid like $370 and it was $300. Normal, like locally, it was a $300 Wii U. I think I paid like $370. So about like 20-25% was the tax. And that was on an electronic device. It depends on what it is. I think that's the only game console that I've ever imported was the Japanese Wii U. Because it was region locked. And that allowed me to play like the Japanese version of Fatal Frame 4 and Fatal Frame 2, but I never actually... It's sad because I have the Japanese version, but I never actually got around to playing it. So like the stream that I did for Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse was the first time I ever played Fatal Frame 4. You know, I don't know. I don't really have an amazing game console collection. In fact, I don't even think I have a really amazing game collection by any means. Compared to my graphics card collection, I don't really have... I'm trying to think, like, what do I have for game consoles? I might have to list them. I think my very first console was the original PlayStation 1. Well, it wasn't even the original PlayStation 1. It was like PS1. It's like the small one. Man, Felcleave is strong. The warrior is good. I'm messing up my combos. Oh well. I don't know when Tekken 8's coming out, but I will be playing Tekken 8. I might actually have to start getting back into that series by playing Tekken 7 again. To prepare. It's crazy it took Nintendo so much time to region unlock. Yeah. Oh, I think I gotta do 2 more runs. 2 more runs and then I'm level 70. Queue up instantly. Oh, that was oh, wow, I got lucky. That was an insta-queue right there. Are you sure it's next year? I thought it was later this year. I think it's this year. I know Street Fighter's this year. I've never really been a big Street Fighter fan, but man, the animations in Street Fighter look so smooth. I might actually have to try out Street Fighter. If there's no Tekken 8 this year, I might actually try Street Fighter. I don't play a lot of 2D fighters anymore, though. I used to be really good at them, like way back in the day. I remember Gundam Battle Assault 2 on the original PlayStation. That was my 2D fighter. Oh no, I got hit with the trap. I can't do my moves. All I got is this one move. I really want to play Tekken 8 though, man. I really kind of want to go back to Tekken Tag 2 on the PS3, even though like no one really plays that game anymore. But I'm probably so out of practice. I'd probably get wrecked online, assuming anyone actually still plays that game online, at least on the PlayStation Network. I kind of think it's this year, and the reason why I say it's this year is because I've been getting YouTube recommendations for the character trailers, like the PlayStation channel and I guess Namco Bandai's channel have been updating on a regular basis. Almost every week they put out a new character trailer. So I would assume Tekken 8 is coming out this summer, if I had to guess. At the latest, it would be in Q4. But I kind of think we're gonna see a Q3 release. Maybe very late Q2, like June. But realistically, I think it's gonna be in August. If I had to guess, Tekken 8's coming in August. August, September, anywhere from like July through September is my guess for Tekken 8. Because when I look at the games I'm tracking, there's not a whole lot of them. There's not a whole lot of notable ones that I'm still tracking. Like 16, Final Fantasy 16 is like the only really big one. Lies of P, Blue Protocol. But Blue Protocol, I have no idea when that's coming out. So, and I don't have I'm not like setting very high expectations for that game either. So I don't get underwhelmed or disappointed. Oh, I can't use any of these items. Oh, this is the room? But do you play any like fighters? Like, did you ever play Tekken or Street Fighter? I tried to get into, for 2D fighters, I tried to get into Fighter Z. Fighter Z was very fun at release. But then I kind of stopped playing. And then I also did try to play like Blaze Blue or BlazBlue. I think it's Blaze Blue. And then Guilty Gear. Actually, it was Guilty Gear first. Then it was Blaze Blue. Then it was Guilty Gear again. So I tried to get into the Arc Systems games. But I don't know. Like, those games seemed very... They seem really tough. Like, the balancing on them. Although Tekken is arguably harder to master than all of those 2D games. Oh, these things. Oh wait, they all drop treasure chests? Do they drop good stuff? But like in Tekken 5, I used to main like Asuka, Heihachi. You tried to play the Arc Systems games too, but only I like the animations. I had a bunch of those games on the PS3. So like I had Chrono Phantasma, I forgot the other ones, but I had like 2 or 3 different Blaze Blue games on the PS3. Should I open this? Okay, I got lucky. I thought it was gonna be a mimic. I thought it was gonna spawn a mimic. It was very sus in the corner. The Astrals in Blaze Blue were cool. I remember I was kind of annoyed when they started making the Blaze Blue games and neglected Guilty Gear, because I was a big fan of Guilty Gear too, back on the Xbox original and the PlayStation 2. Then with the PS3, they shifted to Blaze Blue, and I was kind of mad at them for like making Blaze Blue games. But then I got into Blaze Blue a little bit. I was never really a super mega fan or anything, but I did like it. I liked the series. I was never really that good at those Arc System games, though. And then Fighter Z came out while I was living in Japan, and I had a lot of fun with Fighter Z. I think Captain Ginyu was my favorite character in that game, because you had access to all the Ginyu members, except maybe Jace. I think like all the Ginyu, like Birder was one of the attacks, and I forgot what Raccoon and Guldo do, but I remember like Captain Ginyu basically had moves that summoned the other Ginyu members as assists, and I always thought that was pretty cool, the way they handled that. And then the ultimate, it was the cheesy strategy with the body switch, the body change, where you basically do the ult and you get your opponent's body, so you including their health bar. So you let them beat you up until you're like in the Desperado. So you would just do your super, assuming you can pull it off, and then you basically steal their. Yeah. Fighter Z was fun though. Fighter Z was definitely a huge success. Because I remember playing Dragon Ball Z Hyper Dimension, the old SNES game. That was probably one of my favorite Dragon Ball Z 2D fighters. What other genres do I play aside from MMOs and RPGs? I mean, other than fighters. I don't play a lot of fighters anymore, but it's really... I used to play RTS games, like StarCraft 2, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4. Out of all the RTS games that I played, probably my favorite one, or at least the one that I'm the best at, would be Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2 was one of the first PC games that I ever played, and that's probably why. Because I was really young when I learned to play Age of Empires 2. It was first the original Age of Empires, but I only played that for a very, very short while, and then I started playing AoE 2. And AoE 2 was like the first game, really, that I played a lot of. I also did play some StarCraft, but I was never really that good at StarCraft compared to AoE. The thing that I hated about the original StarCraft was the SCVs and the probes and the drones would never, like, when you create a worker, like an SCV, they would never start gathering the minerals. Like, you would have to always go back to your command center and manually tell them to go and get minerals. And I found that infuriating because I learned to play Age of Empires first, and Age of Empires had that whole system of where they would automatically get to work. They would go straight to the gathering point. I hated that about StarCraft 1 and Brood War. And that's the sort of thing that, like, I just could never get the hang of that. But StarCraft was still a really fun game, though. Even though I hated that aspect of it, it was probably the best RTS of its time. I remember when StarCraft 2 came out, I played a lot of StarCraft 2 at first, but then quickly kind of like got bored of it, I guess. So I guess the other genres would be RTS, although realistically, in 2023, don't expect me to play any RTSs on stream, because it's like, maybe AoE 2. I have AoE 4, but I don't like AoE 4. Like, not as much as AoE 2. AoE 4 took forever to develop, and it was kind of disappointing when it launched. I was expecting it to look better than it ended up looking. Like, the visuals just are not impressive at all. It looks like a mobile game. I played a little bit of Civilization, but not much. AoE 4 literally just needs, like... They just need to release a patch that overhauls the graphics for people that have good PCs. Like, that's all they need to do. Then it would probably be a lot better to play. It plays fine. It's just kind of... it lacks a lot of content. There's not as many civilizations. It just feels very vanilla. It feels very bare bones compared to AoE 2 and 3. But I would say that it plays better than AoE 3. Like, if you're getting into AoE, definitely play 2 or 4 and forget about 3. Like, 3 is the one that you can just ignore. It just plays very strange compared to the others. The other genre would be action games. So think Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden. Does Nier count? I mean, sort of. Like, well, Nier's more like an RPG, I guess. Kingdom Hearts, like those type of games. And then I guess action RPGs are like Dark Souls, Elden Ring. Those are more the type of games that I play. I like how this red mage just wants to stand right behind the tank. I'm still live. Yeah, I'm still going. We're almost done, though. I guess we're streaming until I hit level 70. Unless you guys want me to talk about, like, some tech thing and bring up the whiteboard and start drawing all the stuff. But I think I got, like, one more run to do and then we're done. You liked coming up with card deck ideas in 3? See, a lot of people didn't like that, though. That's the reason why a lot of people didn't like 3. It was for the whole idea behind the cards was the reason. I just remember the famous quote in AoE 3 of the guy. I don't even remember who it was, but when the hero would like get injured and fall on the ground, he kept on muttering the lines, every moment of my life is agony, or something like that. I'm like, okay, this guy wants to be mercy killed or something. I don't know what's going on with this. And I didn't understand how to play AoE 3. So I'm like, yeah, it looks cool, but it looked better than 4, though. So, like, AoE 3's graphics actually looks better than AoE 4's graphics. That's the only problem. Now people are starting to show up. So, like, Ray and Metprism show up. What do I think is the next big PC technological breakthrough to happen that will drastically improve gaming performance? I mean, there's a lot of talk about frame generation, which isn't really a new thing anymore. I don't think that's the answer, though. I think that's kind of a workaround for improving performance for lower end systems. See, a lot of these technological things that we've seen, like, for instance, things like resolution upscaling, like FSR, DLSS, and then now this frame generation stuff. This is more of like a thing that can benefit lower end systems, like mobile systems, laptops, consoles. I've been saying this since the beginning. Things like frame generation and like AI-based upscaling benefits lower end hardware better than higher end systems. I haven't finished Hogwarts at all. I haven't touched Hogwarts since Wolong launched. That raises the question, why am I running Heaven on High? And so the point is, like, I wanted to run Eureka Orthos because it's the new deep dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV, but I don't have a class that is level 81. So you guys can see, like, everything's either level 90 or it's some level... Oh, you know what? I actually have Dragoon at level 80. But the thing is, I would still have to level up to level 81 in order to do it. So maybe that's what I should have done. Oh, well, I think I kind of messed up. I probably should have spent this stream leveling Dragoon to level 81. Then I could have done Orthos. So that's a big oops. But I don't really feel like playing as Dragoon, so, you know, whatever. I'd rather play as Warrior. The only PC innovation that I expect to happen is it reduces the bottleneck of bandwidth between system RAM and the CPU. Direct storage is another one. Yeah, direct storage could vastly improve performance. I can see direct storage making games do transitions more seamlessly, so that would eliminate things like loading times. The problem with implementing something like that is you won't really, in a multiplayer game where you have to play with other people, a technology like direct storage won't really benefit a multiplayer game because multiplayer games will always default to the lowest common denominator. So, like, if you're grouping up with other players, and if you're the only one that has direct storage, and the game takes advantage of direct storage, it's like, yeah, you can load in instantly, but the other players don't. So, you know, in single player games, though, it's a really good thing, and that's why games like Forspoken, I think, even though Forspoken runs very janky, it's still a step in the right direction. So for single player games, yes, like, I think, like, direct storage would help a lot. You think at this point we should focus more on optimizing games instead of throwing better hardware at it? I agree with that statement 100%. The fact that the consoles are able to do what they can do for such a long amount of time, like, think about how the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One are almost 10 years old. They'll be 10 years old later this year. So they're at the end of their lifespan. But the thing is, there are still these newer games that have continuously come out. The fact that Hogwarts Legacy is going to be available for the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One later this year, that's kind of amazing. I don't know how it's going to run. I assume it's probably going to run better than Cyberpunk on those consoles, because they're taking so much extra time to optimize it. Would direct storage help with FPS as far as streaming in and out of assets? That's exactly what direct storage does. Yeah, well, in theory it's supposed to do that. At least I would assume if the assets are decompressed using the GPU, the answer is yes. If they're using the CPU, I mean, the answer is also yes, but from my own experience with Forspoken, the decompression for direct storage is done using the CPU. So in Forspoken, not only does the GPU matter very, very heavily, but the CPU matters a lot, because all of the direct storage decompression is done on the CPU in Forspoken, because it's using direct storage 1.0. Direct storage 1.0 does decoding on the CPU. 2.0 is the GPU one. So you have to have a very good CPU for direct storage, at least in the Forspoken implementation. I don't see a lot of other games doing it that way going forward. I think most games that are in development today that plan to use direct storage are probably going to use direct storage 2.0. So they would be decoding on the GPU. The problem is, well, the thing is, I do feel like the GPU is becoming more and more of a sticking point in terms of being the main bottleneck in the system. Because somehow, whether this is through natural innovations in game engine and game development technology, the graphics card has become more and more important, and the CPU and the other components have become less and less component, or less and less of a bottleneck to the system. Like a good example is, you know, when you go and look at the VRAM, as soon as you get VRAM limited in a lot of these newer games like Hogwarts Legacy, for example, I mean, you're being limited by the GPU's VRAM, not so much the system RAM. Now, the system RAM does matter, because obviously if you're on 16 gigabytes of RAM, you're going to have a bunch of random stutters in the game, and Hogwarts Legacy kind of proved that. But the thing is, post-processing effects and a lot of these new graphical technologies, like the upscaling, the frame generation, all those things are all dependent on the GPU. So that's the reason why the GPU is becoming more and more significant as like the primary driver, or the primary component that commands the highest priority, and as a result of that, probably the most amount of money in the total system cost. And somehow NVIDIA and AMD stand to benefit from that a lot more than all the other component vendors. And that's the reason why Intel really wants in on that piece of that pie. What do I think about the new Cyberpunk path tracing? I mean, I don't really know, because I don't have Cyberpunk, so it doesn't really affect me. I guess if Cyberpunk is like $10, maybe I'll get it. But I don't plan to get that game anytime soon, so. I don't know. Cyberpunk is one of those games that never really appealed to me. And if I'm not interested in the game, I'm not going to get the game. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I'm not really going to be able to do anything about it. I don't have the game, so. I think the next game that I might stream, if I'm going to stream a new game, it'll probably be Atelier Ryza 3. I'll probably be streaming that instead of Cyberpunk. Now, I probably will cover The Last of Us, though. The Last of Us Part 1. Because I never played The Last of Us. What's funny is I got The Last of Us for free. Well, it was bundled with my PlayStation 4, and I still never played it. So it's like, even to this day, I've never played any of The Last of Us games. So I might get the PC one. But it would have to be free. Like, it would have to be, I'd have to get it, like, somehow. Not through buying the game. So I'd have to, like, buy something that gives it as, like, a voucher or whatever. If I was going to cover it. Alright, it's active, but somebody... Okay, there we go. I don't know, I think like games like this are just better than Cyberpunk. I kind of think Genshin Impact is better than Cyberpunk. I'd rather play Genshin Impact. See, I'm the type of person that, like, graphics are cool and all, but I don't really care too much about photorealism. The game has to appeal to me in a few things. It has to have decent enough visuals so it doesn't give me a headache if I'm doing long play sessions. It has to have good music. And it has to have it can't be a buggy mess. Like, it has to be a coherent game. It has to be coherent. It has to be nice enough to look at. But it doesn't have to be, like, insanely nice. Like, it doesn't have to be some crazy, realistic, photorealistic experience like Microsoft Simulator visuals or anything like that. The path tracing will reinvent the render pipeline for how Cyberpunk is rendered to reduce raster demand on the GPU. Is that supposed to be a good thing, though? How is that supposed to be a good thing? Isn't that just going to make it run like Quake 2 RTX? I don't see how that's good. I guess, what is the benefit of path tracing? Does it make it easier to develop a game? I guess it makes it easier to do lighting in a game and get more realistic looking lighting and more realistic reflections, I guess. But even when it comes to reflections, I would still argue that you can still get very good reflections with a good map. The raster performance caused performance loss on the 3000 series GPUs. Oh, somebody died. Oh, great. Someone died. Hold on. And I have innervation on me, so I can't even, like, help them. Probably help if I turn my tank stance on. Why would Nvidia remake Final Fantasy VIII? Nvidia's not going to remake a game that they didn't make. They did... Nvidia didn't remake RTX, though. I mean, they didn't remake Quake. Someone else did that. And then Nvidia helped them. They didn't redo Portal, either. It's easier to do lighting because everything falls on place automatically. But then they have to do the old one anyway for the non-RTX consumers. That's the reason why... That's the reason why it becomes like a negative feedback... Well, a positive feedback loop or a negative feedback loop. In regards to ray tracing, the reason why it fizzles out, or the reason why it's going to take a long time to become a mainstream adoption, is because it's hard to pull off, and older hardware can't do it. So that's the problem. The problem is you have so many people on older graphics cards, so you do not have buy-in from the masses when it comes to RT capability in the hardware. So when you don't have that, it's like the whole argument in favor fizzles out because, well, or at the very least, it causes the adoption of it to be very, very slow. Alright, let's roll, people. Let's go this way. Someone used the summon and they cleared the entire floor. So let's get out of here. But yeah, it's a good idea. It's just, it's gonna be very slow adoption. And then because it's a slow adoption, it becomes like an optional feature. And then when it's an optional feature, people don't necessarily prioritize it. Like, hence myself. I don't prioritize it. I see it as an optional feature. And then the other thing too is you have to remember it's also the games. Like, the games that have the large player bases, if those games don't, like this game has a huge player base. It has no ray tracing. This is an old DX11 game from 2013. It's like, well, the people that play this game, if this is the main game they play, they don't really care. You know, like, it's the same story with like League of Legends or any kind of esports game. Even the Arc can run Quake 2 and Minecraft DXR. Yeah, but when I'm talking about... So, see, I'm not talking about Arc, though. I'm talking about GTX 1060, RX 480, RX 580, GTX 1070, GTX 1080 Ti. Like, these type of graphics cards. Those sort of graphics cards, a lot of people still use them, and they don't do any RT. Or they don't do it well. And then a lot of people have 20 series, 2060, 2060 Super. Those cards can do RT, but they can't do it well, so again, it becomes an optional thing. Why is this? What the heck? Everybody, all these enemies. Why is it still active? Somebody brought something with them. What? She didn't kill something. Something. She aggroed something that was. Yeah. Okay. Can we go now? No, this is still. Okay. Yeah, see? She brought a lot of things with us. Okay, she brought a lot of friends, the wrong friends. Okay, let's go. Yeah, Arc is a mainstream card, but it's not like in the masses. That's the thing. The problem is the majority of graphics cards either don't have ray tracing at all, which is most of them, or they can't do ray tracing very well, aka RTX 20 series or RDNA 2. That's the biggest problem that I think is going to be an issue, and it's just going to end up like delaying any sort of buy-in from the consumer base for RT. The other thing too is I disagree that the way to do RT is like the way Nvidia says you need to do RT. I disagree with them 100%. I don't think that them dictating how you do RT is the be-all end-all. I think Lumen on Fortnite is another example as an alternative, which kind of proves NVIDIA wrong. So Halo Infinite just dropped support for GPU with less than 4 gigabytes of VRAM. Why would it do that? See, that's the sort of thing that gives you bad publicity. And it never goes over well with the player base. Okay, I finally hit level 70. Epic did good with Lumen. It runs really similar on both NVIDIA and AMG. See, I think the game engine developers and game developers in general, I think they're the ones who have a better say in how to do RT. I don't think AMD or NVIDIA should be the ones determining how you do RT. You don't want to turn it into a dictatorship, is what I'm saying. If you make the arms dealers the ones who have the say in like how you do something, that's not a good thing. And when I say arms dealers, I'm talking about AMD and NVIDIA. More so NVIDIA because they're the majority. They have the lion's share of the PC market. So I think that there are better ways to do RT. So, like, another good example I can give you is the Crytek engine. So the Crytek engine demo for RT, when it first came out, even that has a better way of doing RT than pure, like, path tracing that is done. Now, path tracing, I guess, is it supposed to be, like, an easy way? You just turn on the global light source in the sky and just let the God rays just cast down like this? And then we're occluding it? And then it's coming down? And then we're occluding it? Like, is this supposed to be the easiest way? Because this is basically a light map, and you have that light source up there, aka the sun, shining down, and then you can see the God rays. You can see that reflective, the dots, whatever that's called, that effect right there. But see, the thing is, we already have amazing looking games. Improve their tech and are holding on to 7-year-old GPUs. It's messing stuff up for the rest of us. From what I understand, path tracing is the real deal. The ray tracing we have today is instead a hybrid alternative. Not us? Wrong terminology? What? So yeah. See, the problem is I don't think people really care to have games that look ultra realistic. Like, the producer of Final Fantasy XIV even said in an interview, like, the next expansion, we talked about this, but Ray and MetPrism weren't here. We talked about this earlier. Like, for Final Fantasy XIV, so the game that we're playing right now, like, the producer literally said that for 7.0, which will be the next expansion to replace Endwalker, which is supposed to come out at the end of this year, or maybe early next year at the latest. But he said that they're going to overhaul the graphics. So the visuals in this game are going to look, they're going to get a massive overhaul and look a lot better. But he gave examples. He showed screenshots of the idea, the concepts that they were looking at for the new look of the game. And the first thing he showed was an ultra realistic, like, cyberpunk type of look. And he literally said, this is not what we're going to do. We are not going to make the game look ultra realistic. That is not what we want to do. That's not what the player base wants. It will just look kind of strange. It won't have that fantastical Final Fantasy look. So we are not going to do the ultra realistic. We're not going to go for the ultra high-end graphical look. We're going to look for something that's like one step above this. It'll probably be DirectX 12 because this is DirectX 11. So that's kind of what I expect them to do. Maybe it'll look like Forspoken. We were, like Marcelo and I were talking about this earlier. I hope they don't go Luminous Engine because I think that's going to shoot themselves in the foot. Because Luminous Engine, Final Fantasy 15, Forspoken shows that you need a lot of work. You can make it happen, but it's like it's going to be a lot of work. People holding on to the 1060 at this point, nobody should be gaming on anything below a 1080. I 100% disagree with you on that, Ray. No. There's a lot of people that cannot afford to upgrade from their 1060 or their RX 580. And as long as they don't have a need to do it, as long as they can play their League of Legends, as long as they can play their Fortnite at 1080p, they're good to go. As long as they can play Final Fantasy 14 and do their raids every week, that's all they need, and that's all they care about. And they're going to keep paying their money to Square Enix for their subscription. They're going to keep, like, playing Genshin Impact or whatever, like, easy to run on a potato game. And that's how it's going to be. And that's the vast majority of gamers. And that's the sad reality that we live in. So that's not how it's going to be. Like, no one's going to throw away their 1060 for like some massive expensive GPU. And as soon as people see like how much the new GPUs cost, like they're not gonna buy that stuff. Like, I had this conversation last winter when the Radeon 7900 XTX and the XT launched. I had a conversation similar to this with somebody trying to tell them that they should consider upgrading because they wanted to play at 4K gaming. They wanted to play at 4K gaming. And they had a RX 5700 XT and they wanted to go to 4K. Now, the thing is, I told them that if they get a 4K monitor on like Black Friday sales or whatever, holiday, winter break sales, whatever, they're not going, because the games they want to play are League of Legends, New World, maybe Final Fantasy 14, but not really, and then like some other MOBA games, like PUBG or some whatever. So it's like those type of games. Sons of the Forest. Well, that wasn't out at the time, but regardless, like they wanted to play those type of games. And they were like, I want to get a 4K monitor because I want the resolution to be really good. And then it's like, okay, I have to level set with you. You have a 5700 XT. At best, that thing's like a 1080 Ti. That is not going to game at 4K. In New World or those other games. Okay, League of Legends, yes. Fortnite, yes. Those other ones, no. So it's like especially Hogwarts Legacy, no. So that was where they're like, okay, well, what's the latest and greatest stuff? And it's like, okay, first of all, 4090 is not even up for discussion because that's way too much money. No one is even gonna, like, anyone who's a typical average gamer isn't even going to consider a 4090. So that's like not even in the discussion. 4080, way too much money, out of the discussion. So then I start talking about 7900 XTX. And it's like, okay, what is that? $1,000? Yeah, no, that's a joke. So that's completely off the table too. 7900 XT, $900, way too much money, forget it. Okay, so this kills off like any sort of adoption of newer hardware. So later on this year, we will see better options. But like realistically, for most people, the best graphics card for the money right now is the Radeon RX 6950 XT for $699 off of Newegg or Micro Center or even AMD.com. That is the best option, but at $700, that's still way too much money for the average gamer. So even though it's the best value, performance per dollar, and that is the reason why performance per dollar is a very, very important metric, and you know, a lot of enthusiasts don't really take performance per dollar into account. You know, people who buy 7900 XTX, 4080 and above, people like me and maybe some of the people watching the stream probably don't care too much about the performance per dollar. But we are not the majority. Most people are never going to spend more than like $500 or even $400 on a graphics card. That's just the reality. And when you look at what you can buy at $300, the best options are like an Intel Arc or an AMD Radeon 6600 XT, 6700 XT. Those are the best deals. But guess what? The average gamer doesn't know that AMD exists in the GPU market. And if they don't know that AMD doesn't exist, they also don't know that Intel exists. And Intel is kind of like an unknown in the GPU space. And if they go talk to their friend who supposedly knows technology, they're not going to recommend them an Intel graphics card. So then they're stuck buying NVIDIA. And the NVIDIA GPUs at the lower end of the market are complete garbage value. At least the 3000 series. So that's kind of where we're at. And so you know what ends up happening? They hold on to their old GTX 1080 or their old GTX 1060 or their old AMD card, and they don't do anything. So that's why it happens. That's why things happen the way they are. So part of it is the price of the current hardware. But that's not the only reason. Most budget gamers flock over to AMD, to be honest. Are you sure about that, Marcelo? I don't know about that. I feel like AMD, in order for budget gamers to buy AMD, they have to be recommended AMD through word of mouth, through somebody who knows technology and actually understands what good value is. If they don't have a friend or a contact that knows about that, then they end up having to buying NVIDIA because that's just what they see. You have seen a Zotac 3060-12 sell on Amazon for only $300. Wait, well, then those people who refuse to upgrade shouldn't be complaining about optimization in 4K gaming then. Well, the problem is they're going to complain. They're going to complain because they don't want to spend that much money. And why? So let me ask you this. Why should somebody be forced to spend $900 for an RX 7900 XT? Or I guess even worse, $850 for an AIB 4070 Ti, because that's even worse value than the 7900 XT. A 12 gigabyte graphics card at almost $1,000. Why would somebody do that when they could spend $500 on a PlayStation 5? And the PlayStation 5 advertises that it can game at 4K. So, do you understand what I'm saying? Why would somebody have to spend $900-ish to game at 4K when they only have to spend $500 to game at 4K on a console? When the console gives you a 60 FPS experience because it has the performance FPS option. You see what I'm saying? They can't... Okay, wait. They can't do that anymore. AMD is no longer trying to be known as the budget man. AMD is still kind of the budget brand, though. We've proven this many, many times. The problem is no one knows about AMD graphics cards, or very few people know about AMD graphics cards. They still have the RDNA 2 cards. The 66 is really sold really well. After these cards dry up, then yes, they're... And I still see those at Best Buy. In my country here, at least, because the price is good. For example, the 66 costs the same as a 10 or a 1650. If your GPU is below the minimum spec for the game, they can't complain. Yes, for that given resolution. Yes. So the problem is people tend to hang on to their 1080p monitor when they look at the spec requirements for 4K. So basically what I'm saying is people who have aspirations to game at 4K or make the jump to 4K monitors, they oftentimes end up not pulling the trigger, and they stick with their 1080p monitor when they go and look at what the actual requirements are to game at 4K. It ends up becoming cost prohibitive, so it stalls innovation. The ARC A750 is also a decent budget GPU. It is, but again, nobody knows that Intel Arc exists. If no one knows AMD's GPUs exist, or they don't consider them, why would they consider the Intel ones? Like, why would they consider an even more unknown GPU brand that has even less of a name behind it? See what I'm saying? It's the same problem. The Intel problem is just it's like it's like the AMD problem, only maxed to the extreme. When the 3060 gigabyte 12 or the Intel Arc is the minimum requirement for the GPU, though. Advertising is more important. Advertising is very, very important. And what you guys don't really know is, like, in business-to-business sales, the customer relationship with the vendor matters a lot. A lot. Like, a lot of people don't know this. Like, I'll give you guys one of the secret reasons why Intel is able to maintain its server market share despite the fact that AMD's EPYC line has been beating it into the ground for the past 2.5 years. Basically, since Milan, which is AKA like Zen 3 in the data center, like ever since that launched, that has been way better than Intel's server lines, like all the Intel Xeons. But the reason why AMD's not at like 40% market share in the data center today, and they're only at like about 20% or so, is because of the customer relationships that Intel has established. Intel, basically in the data center, what you guys don't know is Intel in the data center is the same way NVIDIA is in the gaming market. Meaning, the fact that so many people know NVIDIA and they just know that name and they trust that name, so they just keep buying NVIDIA every time they upgrade. It's the same exact story in the data center. There are so many companies that will buy a server every like 5 years and they'll just default buy an Intel. Even recently, when the AMD one is so much better. It's more energy efficient and it's better single thread, multi-thread performance, and it's higher core density per socket. So, but the fact that Intel maintains their market share is because of the same mentality that people have with the NVIDIA stuff. The first impressions matter too. So the marketing is so important. But in this case, marketing matters, but the problem is, I think that it's more about, like, the fact that it's what people see in the real world, more so than the marketing. So, like, the marketing is important, but the problem is also, like, being influenced by influencers, and, you know, like paid sponsorships and all this kind of stuff. Well, I guess that's all marketing. So, I guess it's all marketing at the end of the day. When the 3060 12 gig... Okay, we talked about that. The Arc has so much negativity about it. Most people don't consider it. See, and that doesn't help too. So, see, that doesn't help because that is creating the same, like, negative stigma that the AMD Radeon cards have had surrounding them for, like, so many years. Like, all that stuff about the AMD Radeon driver issues, these driver issues that people always talk about, when I myself use Radeon cards regularly, you guys have seen my GPU collection. I've been using Radeon more than GeForce for, like, 10 years. And I don't have these stupid issues that people keep complaining about. So I don't know what they do to their computers or what third-party applications they install or add-ons, or if they're overclocking. I've said this in previous streams. I really think that a lot of these quote-unquote driver issues with AMD cards is some idiot like overclocking or undervolting their GPU in the Radeon settings software tool, because AMD lets you overclock their Radeon cards in their own tool. You don't have to download MSI Afterburner to overclock the graphics card. I think this is the reason why they have these driver issues, when they're really not driver issues. They're really some user error, unstable overclock, or some unstable VRAM clock, and then their game crashes, and then they complain that, oh, the AMD drivers are trash. Well, it's because they're dumb and they don't know how to overclock their graphics card, or they don't understand what they're doing. I really think a lot of that is user error, because, I mean, I've said this, I'm going to say it again. I have been using AMD cards for years. I don't know what these people are doing. I don't know what they do to run into these problems. I don't have these problems. You guys have seen my live streams. I'm streaming right now. We're using the XTX card. We don't have any of these stupid problems. There's no graphical issues. There's no crashes. There's nothing. The quality of the stream looks fine. So it's like, I don't know what all this negative stigma about Radeon quality is, because it's like, I don't know what they're talking about. So I just consider it noise and I just ignore it. So, but see, the problem is Intel is automatically falling into the same trap. Negative stigma. Oh, its drivers are bad. Oh, it's not good. Okay, the first month that Arc was out, you guys saw me do the live stream. I was testing a whole bunch of games, DX9, DX11, DX12, on Arc. Like day one, we tested a bunch of different games, and there was like 2 games out of like 13 games that had problems. Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age, crashed, like hard crashed, when I tried to change a graphics setting in the menu. And then Lightning Returns, the characters didn't render properly. Like the eyeballs were completely black. Like in the characters, like in the face of the character, the eyeball was completely black. There was no white area. There was no reflection. And when they spoke, there was like no mouth. It was just completely black. So there were graphical glitches in some games, like Final Fantasy XIII Lightning Returns had an issue. Final Fantasy XII hard crashed. But all the other games worked fine. So, you know, the problem is that sort of first impression already put Intel in a negative light. And then it didn't help when you had all these mega whale YouTube channels like Linus Tech Tips get on there. Remember they did that video live stream of like Arc versus the 3060, and then there was that weird. They were looking at Witcher 3, and Witcher 3 had the color banding issue, which I did notice in some of the games that I was testing. So see, that doesn't help. That doesn't help when the first impression is not so great. And that's the reason why Roger Guidori is no longer at Intel. And yeah, so, well, that's part of the reason, I would guess, that he basically was let go because of that. Because it took 5 years to make a graphics card, and it wasn't perceived that positively by the general public. So that's not good, because that kind of sets Intel off on the wrong footing, and now it's just going to go downhill. So it's going to be a massively uphill battle for them to climb back up. But the thing is, Intel's very, very big, and they can spend a lot of money to at least push themselves into the data center. So they'll probably survive, but don't really expect them to do much in the consumer market. Battle Mage is probably not going to do anything. Battle Mage will probably be as good, at best, as a 7900 XT, or maybe slightly worse, if I had to guess. So think like 3090 and 4070 Ti is probably what the best Intel GPU will be similar to when it comes out like 18 months from now. So, because that's their roadmap. So, yeah, I wouldn't get my hopes up for Battle Mage if you're an enthusiast. But I guess for the general market, it'll probably be okay. The problem is with Intel. So the thing is, notice Intel never wants to talk about AMD when it comes to the graphics cards, because the problem is AMD destroys Intel in the value argument. The only argument in favor of Intel is the 16 gigabytes versus the 12 gigabytes on AMD 6700 XT. That's the only thing. Someone might argue, okay, but Intel's got better RT performance. But you know what I say to people who think that? Who cares, because 2 years from now, that RT performance advantage will not matter at all, because the newer games will be so much more demanding that any sort of small advantage that it had in RT won't matter when it's like 30, 40 FPS in without RT. You go turn on RT and then you're at like 15 FPS. So that's why it doesn't matter, right? So that's why that small advantage in RT literally doesn't matter long term for a mid-range card like ARC. First impressions matter too. Most people who got burned by AMD drivers in the past won't buy another AMD card again, even if the price is good. I guess, but the problem is I don't think that many people got burned by AMD graphics drivers. See, like, what I'm saying is the amount of people who ran into some kind of quote-unquote driver issue, assuming it was like a legitimate issue and not like them being an idiot and not knowing how to overclock their graphics card. Because, see, here's the thing. Like, I'm tired of hearing people say that NVIDIA works out of the box, but if you buy an AMD card, you have to tweak it to get the best performance. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and people need to stop saying that. That is retarded advice. It's very, very stupid. Like, literally, if you want the out-of-the-box experience on the AMD card, it's no different from the NVIDIA card. You literally install the GPU, you update the drivers, and that's all you gotta do. You don't have to do any DDU, you just install the drivers. I have like 2 videos on the channel that show this, and that's all you have to do, and that's all you gotta do. You do not have to undervolt, you don't have to overclock. I don't believe in this stupid undervolting nonsense. I don't undervolt my card. I run it bone stock, and it's 100% solid, and that's why I don't have any of these issues. Okay? So the narrative that you have to tweak an AMD card to get the best performance, people who keep saying that, they need to stop saying that, because that is what is probably propagating these driver issues, because someone who doesn't know anything will go in and try to undervolt. It's like, okay, just go put the undervolt and copy paste some settings. It's like, okay, no, that's not going to work, because that GPU is probably not going to be stable, because the silicon is probably not the same as the one that was shown in that example video of how to undervolt GPUs. So this is the reason why it's almost like AMD needs to like not let users overclock their graphics cards from within the Radeon settings. Like, they need to remove that setting, but they're not going to do it because they're going to get a lot of backlash saying they're removing features from the driver toolkit. So, let's see. NVIDIA doesn't have the problem because NVIDIA doesn't let you overclock the card. You have to go and download a third-party app, and most people aren't even going to bother. Most people aren't going to go out of their way to download MSI Afterburner or EVGA Precision X. The tweak argument, I've heard this all the time. Like, that's the thing that I hear all the time, and I wish people would stop doing that, because it's very, very bad advice, especially for someone who's not technically inclined and they just want to play Fortnite. You don't have to tune the GPU on AMD, but you will get better performance if you do, just like an NVIDIA GPU. Yeah, but the thing is, the point is, you don't have to do that. And that extra performance is not guaranteed unless you really know what you're doing and you really, really stability test the system. So what I oftentimes see people do is they'll go and like get advice where someone will tell them, oh, you need to undervolt so that your GPU like runs cooler or whatever, right? So they'll go in and they'll like put in some negative, like they'll go in and do like 10, 25 millivolts or something like that. When in reality, the GPU needs closer to 1.1 volts to be 100% stable. So that they might be stable for a while, but then they go and play Sons of the Forest, and then their game crashes like 20 minutes in, and then everyone in their group is like, what's wrong? What are you doing? And they're like, my game crashed. Oh, it's because I have an AMD card and it has driver issues. When in reality, it's some dumb undervolt that's not stable. Right? So it's like, I could go and play any of those games, and I can guarantee you guys, I'm not going to have any of these dumb, quote-unquote, driver issues that people talk about. You'd be amazed at how seamless everything is running a system at full stock. Just saying. Like, night and day difference. Like, yes, you can overclock, but you have to test for like a week in various different games, and then even then, you still might not catch it. Because, like, case in point, I am never going to overclock my system. I'm not going to overclock the RAM like above 6,000 megahertz or whatever. Or I don't even run the RAM at 6,000 megahertz on the AMD system. Nor would I do it on the Intel system. I would max out at 5,600 megahertz because I know that is like a 24/7 peace of mind, 100% stable. I can stream for like 16 hours. I don't have to worry about OBS crashing or the game crashing, or worse, the PC blue screening or some stupid issue like that. See, I don't have to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that headache. I don't want to troubleshoot that. And all I do, the secret, leave it stock. Turn on XMP, leave it stock. That's all you got to do. No undervolting, no overvolting, no overclocking. It sounds really boring, but it's like if you're going to stream for a long time and you're going to be playing games while streaming, you're going to want to favor and prioritize stability over anything else. This is why I tend to like YouTube channels like Level 1 Techs way more than like any of those other type of YouTube channels that are all about like overclocking and max tuning. Because those people who are like telling people to go overclock and max tune their system, like, yeah, that'll work if you're a casual gamer who plays like FPS games and you don't actually have any, you're not going to do any streaming, you're not going to do any production work, then yeah, then the max tuning stuff is okay. But if you actually plan to do something on a stable system, that is totally not okay. So that's why I don't really pay attention to a lot of those like YouTube channels or Twitch channels that focus on like max tuning hardware. I think those are like kind of BS channels. Like they don't really like they don't really result in any meaningful useful content for somebody who is going to actually use their PC for more than just like trying to get max FPS in like a game. Like for world record overclocking, yeah, then that matters. But world record overclocking is not the same as like I'm going to use my PC for work and it needs to be 100% stable. Do they test for stability? They test for stability to be able to like get in the game and play like a round. I don't think they're testing for 24/7 stability. And I don't even think, at the end of the day, I don't think those people are realistically wanting to run their PCs at those settings all the time. Like, that's mostly more for entertainment and for show than anything else. I mean, it's cool to see what the hardware can do, running it out of spec like that. But it's like, I'm not going to do that. Like, why would I do that? Why would I do that and risk having an unstable stream or unstable PC when I don't have to do that? And at the end of the day, it's like, if you're live streaming, like, who cares? Like, literally, who cares about max tune? Like, who literally cares? Because it's not like it's gonna make any difference. Seriously. Like, it's one of those things where, man, what was the old saying? Like, the younger gamers, like high school kids, like, for instance, high school kids that don't have jobs, they can't like buy the best hardware. They have to game on like a laptop or some hand-me-down hardware or whatever. Like, they're stuck playing those on that type of hardware. Like, okay, for instance, a high schooler might be having to play Fortnite on like a hand-me-down GTX 1060 or an RTX 2060 or an AMD Radeon 5700, right? Or something like that, 6600. The point is, high school students, they have to game on like whatever they are given access to. Whereas some older enthusiasts who can like spend a whole bunch of money and get the best hardware, it's one of those things where it's like the high schooler guy will probably still win because they'll put in the time and they'll have the fast reflexes, and they'll just have that innovative, fluid thinking that they can just make those crazy plays and just end up winning, even though they have inferior hardware specs, versus somebody who has 4K, whatever, RTX 4090, 13900 KS, and they still lose to a 17-year-old with an RTX 2060, right, in Fortnite. So it goes back to the saying, it's the old saying from Dragon Ball Z when King Cold kept asking Trunks to see that sword, and then Trunks let him see the sword, but then Trunks ended up killing him without the sword, is basically the old saying that Trunks said, haven't you ever heard that the weapon doesn't make the man? It's the same saying, right? Like, that's why max tune literally doesn't even matter. It literally doesn't matter. It's more so the skill. It's like 90% skill, 10% hardware when it comes to those sort of things. An OC'd high-end card draws up to 400 watts. The XTX goes up to 4. Yeah. You can get it to draw that. Yeah. I saw the DeBauer video. Someone linked the DeBauer video. I think it was Ray. That was an interesting video because it showed what happens when you run the XTX way outside of spec. It can show that the performance scales up closer to the 4090. But obviously, like, we already kind of knew that was what would happen, right? Nothing there was really exceptional. It was interesting to see, though. I like that video. That's a cool video. Yeah. He basically got it to do what you could do with a 3090 Ti. Because that's what you could do with like an EVGA for the win 3090 Ti. With the triple 8 pins. So my point is, like, overclocking the hardware to get better performance, it's all good and fine, but it's like, the stability testing is always going to be kind of a coin toss at the end of the day, because you can test it for like a couple days and it appears stable, but then you go and you try to like if you try to record the gameplay and then play a match, and then if it doesn't, like if the recording crashes or gets corrupted, or the game crashes or something like that, or it freezes or locks up or closes out to desktop, all those kind of things indicative of an unstable overclock somewhere. And it just gets harder to determine what's the problem if you're overclocking more than one thing. So like if you're max tuning the GPU, the RAM, and the CPU, all three, then it's like the game randomly crashes like a week later or whatever, and it's like good luck trying to figure out which component was the culprit. Intel's Battle Mage will be, at best, it'll be like 4070 Ti. Why? It's definitely gonna be better than 3070 Ti. Like, there's no way it's only gonna be as good as a 3070 Ti. 4070 Ti, well, 7900 XT is better than 4070 Ti, but kind of somewhere in that performance window. But yeah. I said it was close to, in that window, somewhere around those two. Somewhere in that range. So it's like, at the lower end, 4070 Ti. At the upper end of its capability, 7900 XT. Somewhere in there. I think it'll be 16 gigabytes of VRAM. No, I don't think it's going to be 24. I think Intel realized, well, it could be 20 or 24. It could be. The highest end SKU, or the limited edition SKU, could be 20, 24. 20 or 24, I keep saying 2024, that's like the next year. But 20 gigs or 24 gigabytes. But I could also see them just doing 16. to save on BOM costs. Because the reality, here's the thing. I don't know if Intel is going to want to sell a 20 gigabyte card at $400 or $500. That doesn't make financial sense to me. So I think it'll be 16. It could be 20 though. It could be 20. There could also be some limited edition SKU that's 24. But I'm leaning more towards 16 or 20, somewhere in that range. So it'll be very similar to a 7900 XT or a 6950 XT. Basically somewhere between a 6950 XT, which is a 4070 Ti, for instance, or a 7900 XT. So that's the reason why. Realistically, for most people, if the absolute maximum spend was $700, the reason why I say that's the absolute maximum spend is because $700 was the MSRP of the GTX 1080 Ti and the RTX 3080. So because so many people bought those graphics cards, and that means they paid that kind of money, at least assuming they were able to get the 3080 at MSRP, they paid around $700, or paid probably a little bit more. But the bottom line is, if there's enough people willing to spend that much money, Intel can target that price point and sell a 20 gigabyte graphics card at $700, or even just a 16 gigabyte at $700. And that is the reason why today the best value GPU is the 6950 XT at $700, because that's currently what it goes for. Because you're getting 4070 Ti performance at $700. And it has 16 gigabytes of VRAM versus 12 gigabytes on the 4070 Ti. So this is the reason why every time I do price analysis and performance per dollar, the AMD cards always win, and that's the reason why Intel never wants to talk about the AMD cards, and they only want to compare themselves with the NVIDIA cards, because when you take an Intel Arc and you put it right up next to a 3060, the 3060 looks like garbage value compared to the Intel Arc. But if you take an Intel Arc and put it up against a 6700 XT, or even like a 6650 XT or a 6600 XT, then it's very questionable. It makes you think twice about it. It's like the only thing that it wins on is VRAM at that point. Because the AMD card ends up being slightly more efficient, but it has less RAM and it's worse at RT. But the RT stuff doesn't even really matter in the long term. What do I think about how Frame Chasers is always crapping on AMD? Did you hear his opinions on that? Well, he's completely misinformed. And the thing is, a lot of what he says, I don't really watch him. I'm just want to put that out there. The only reason why I know about Frame Chasers is because people kept mentioning him in some of my previous live streams. I actually had to look him up. I had no idea who he was. I didn't even know who this guy was. Like, I literally had to research some of his videos. I really think that he has kind of a negative air about him, which it's more of like a satiristic type of entertainment value spin on things. So I wouldn't take what he says that seriously. I think he really just buys into whatever is able to give him higher numbers in terms of frequency and that sort of thing. So it's like, regardless of whether something is higher frequency and the other one's lower frequency but more energy efficient or whatever, he doesn't really care. So he only skews things in terms of, or he only values things in terms of the actual numbers that he's seeing. So he doesn't think too much about performance per dollar. He doesn't think too much about energy efficiency. These are the sort of things that, to an average viewer who is only watching and looking for the biggest number, then that's really what they'll get out of his content. But the thing is, for anybody who's seriously trying to like look at the system as a whole, I think that they're really lacking, or they're really not getting the full picture by watching his content. Because what he doesn't say is like the amount of energy consumption required. And the fact is, like I said in a previous video, if you wanted to, like, even if you want to like overclock your hardware, if you're going to be playing a long gaming session, and when I say a long gaming session, basically like the duration of my live streams, like if you're going to play for like 4 hours, for instance, or 5 hours, or even longer, if you're playing like an MMO, or if you're doing a raid or something, which can last for hours, if you're running your hardware max tuned with like unlocked FPS all the time, uncapped FPS, the amount of power consumption that you're going to use from like doing what he shows is insane. And on top of that, you're just going to heat up your room so much that you're just going to be uncomfortable the whole time. Unless it's in the middle of winter and you have the window open and all the cold air is blowing in, then okay, then you're okay. But it's like, if it's in the middle of the summer, you know, and if you're having to pay for electricity, you're having to run your AC like way cranked up to the max because your room is constantly like exhausting hot air, generating hot air around you all the time, that's not going to be very comfortable, and that's not very practical. So that's the reason why I don't really consider his content valuable. So I don't really watch content like that, because I'm more about like usability, practicality, and stability. If it's not stable, I don't care. If it's not energy efficient, I don't care either, because it's like, I don't want to be sweating up a storm while I'm live the whole time for hours, because my hardware is pulling like 350 watts on the CPU and like 400 plus watts on the GPU. It's like, do I really want to be pulling almost a kilowatt out of my system, dumping that much waste heat? Like, I think a lot of his audience that don't know too much about computer hardware, they don't realize like what 750 watts of waste heat right next to them feels like. That's the thing that's not really talked about in those type of videos. So that's the reason why I don't really value those sort of videos. But, you know, some people just want to see like what the silicon can do, and, you know, that's what he shows, and that's really no different from other YouTubers or other reviewers. So here where you live, it's like 33 degrees Celsius on a good day with these CPUs. Probably melt. Yeah, exactly. So that's the reason why. So like somebody, I think MetPrism or someone asked like why. Okay, I know like MetPrism criticized me for wasting money on a 13900K when I should have bought, like, you know, the running joke was I should have bought a 4090 instead of this plus the motherboard. But like I said, I replaced my Threadripper with this thing. But the thing is, here's the thing. So it's like, the reason why you guys don't see me stream with the 13900K that often is for the reasons I just listed. I have done some live streams with this CPU in the past. Like, remember the stream that I did where I was playing Quake 2 RTX on the 7900 XT? That was done using this CPU. So that was Quake 2 RTX with 13900K plus 7900 XT. Not XTX, the regular XT. I mean, that's where I realized, you know, the reference card is very power limited in terms of what it can do. But the point is, the reason why I choose not to stream that much with the 13900K is because I do long streams, and I don't want to be sweating because I don't want all this heat from the 13900K constantly being blown at me all the time like some hot space heater right next to me. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm more about practicality. I would much rather stream off of something like this, which is only pulling, you know, at most like 55 watts or so playing an MMO, or more like 30, 35 watts while playing like, you know, Genshin Impact or some other game. And then if we're just like using paint and drawing stuff about technology, then it's like what, like 25, 30 watts like the whole time. Like, I could literally stream the whole day like that. It's like, and then the Intel CPU also doesn't use that much power unless you're playing a game or unless you're streaming, because then it's like it has to fire up all the cores to do all that stuff, and it's like, well, that's where it kind of doesn't seem that great. So these are the sort of things that go on behind the scenes from a production standpoint that a lot of people who are just watching for performance numbers don't think about. It never registers in their mind about these kind of things. That's the reason why when people show energy efficiency bar charts, that stuff does actually matter, believe it or not. And it matters more so to content creators and people who work in production, or they use their PC as a workstation, as opposed to people who just want to play like games, and they're not gonna like entertain an audience, or they're not gonna have to do anything that really like forces the CPU to use a lot of electricity. So that kind of clears that up. So, but yeah, so bottom line is I don't really watch frame chasers, and I probably never really will. So it doesn't really matter, because I think our content is not the same. Like, we don't really have the same interests in terms of how we value the hardware. I feel like he's all about just showing people like what he was able to get from the Silicon Lottery. He basically plays the Silicon Lottery and he shows you what he was able to do, which is fine. But you know, like, that's not what I do, right? Like, my content is completely different. It's more focused on the technology as a whole, and like the value piece of it, not so much just like, oh, this is the absolute max I was able to get on this overclock. If I wanted to do that, I could, but it's just like, I'm not really that interested in overclocking anymore. Like, I used to overclock a lot like 10 years ago. Like, FX8350 and Intel 4770K and like i5 3570K, those were the days when I was like way more into overclocking than I am today. So I really feel like what kind of took the fun out of overclocking away from me was all these automatic overclocking things. So like performance curve optimizer, those things, and like Intel's automatic turbo and unlimited power mode, that kind of took the fun out of overclocking, because I really feel like the way a processor works out of the box today, and this also applies to GPUs, is you basically get the component pre-overclocked out of the box. So any kind of overclock that you put on the system today runs it way outside of the energy efficiency curve. Whereas in the past, if you bought like a processor, like for instance an FX8350 or a Intel i5 or i7, like, you could overclock it, get a lot more performance out of it, and then at least in the case of the Intel CPUs, you weren't driving the processor way outside of its efficiency curve. Whereas today, if you try to overclock like a 13th gen or 12th gen, you're running the thing way outside of its energy efficiency curve, and that's the reason why the power consumption looks really, really bad. And it was not like that 10 years ago, and that's the reason why I don't really bother to overclock that much, because I feel like the processor already comes pre-overclocked. I don't have to do anything. So that's the reason why I don't really care too much about overclocking anymore. And that's totally fine. You can be an enthusiast and not overclock your components, and you can still be an enthusiast. Enthusiast means you're enthusiastic about the hardware and the technology. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be an overclocker. I think it's worth mentioning that there is a difference between someone who is enthusiastic about technology versus someone who is an overclocker hobbyist, and that's what they like doing. That's like a subcategory of a hardware enthusiast. And I think Frame Chasers is kind of in that subcategory. He's more of like an enthusiast on the overclocking side, as opposed to a general enthusiast who is more enthusiastic about the technology and the specific nuances of how everything works. And that's kind of more what I do. So But yeah, the thing. So I guess the other thing I'll address, and then we'll probably end the stream because I've been streaming for a long time. But the last thing I'll talk about is like the differences in memory. The differences in memory speed for Intel and AMD, because I think that's worth mentioning. Because I think a lot of what is shown, what I hear a lot of people say is, like, if you buy an Intel, it's like, oftentimes I'll hear people say, like, okay, if you buy an Intel, you have to buy expensive DDR5 RAM that runs really, really fast. That's a bunch of nonsense. I mean, yes, it's true, you can do that if you want, but it's like, okay, you're now raising the total system cost because you're having to spend a lot of money on expensive RAM. That, for what? For like 2%, 2 to 5% more performance? It's like, okay, is it worth spending $100 more on RAM? For the same 32 gigabytes amount of RAM? It's like, I don't know about that. I'd rather run 64 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes at a lower speed. See, so again, it depends. And the other thing too is Intel can run the RAM faster, but it's not guaranteed. Even if you have the higher bin silicon. So, like, for instance, Joey has a 13900KS, and he was telling me that he's not able to get his RAM to go into 8,000 megahertz territory, and that's on a 13900KS. So it's not stable at that speed on two different motherboards. So, see, that's what I mean by it's like, so the whole people saying that, oh, you can do like 8400 megahertz on a 13900K. It's like, yeah, maybe some people win the Silicon Lottery, but it's like, is that really worth mentioning if it's Silicon Lottery based? I don't think so. I think that's setting people up for disappointment. That's setting people up for like unrealistic expectations. So I would never say that. Like, I wouldn't go and say, oh, get a 13900K and buy 8400 megahertz RAM. I think that's a very, very bad advice. It runs faster because, like I said before, the 13th gen memory controller is the second generation DDR5 memory controller, whereas the AMD one is the first generation memory controller. The other thing is, if anybody remembers Ryzen first gen, the RAM was also slow. Like, DDR4 on Zen 1 was like, at most you could do 3200 megahertz if you were lucky. That would be like somebody being able to do 6400 megahertz today on Zen 4. So just to kind of put things into perspective. So most people were running like 2933, which would have been more like running, say, 5600 megahertz in DDR5 numbers. So that's kind of how it was. And then the thing is, with each successive generation, obviously the memory controller improves. So, like, think about like Zen 3 versus Zen 1, where Zen 1 could barely run 3200 megahertz on like 2 sticks of RAM. Zen 3 can literally run 3600 megahertz on 4 sticks of RAM at 128 gigabytes of RAM. See what I'm saying? So, or in some cases, like even like 4000 something on like 64 gigs. So the point is, like, it's a limitation today due to the generation of the DDR5 memory controller. So that stuff's gonna change when Zen 5 shows up. So that's the reason why, again, like, I don't really read too much into that. I don't put, like, I see a lot of the complaints about Zen 4 being maxed out at 6000 megahertz or 6400 megahertz. I see that as a bunch of noise in my mind. That's all noise, because it's like, who cares, right? Like, the Intel stuff at 7400 isn't even guaranteed either. And if you're going to run 128 gigs on either system, it's like, now both of them, the high speed literally doesn't matter. So again, these are kind of weak arguments. So it's like, I guess they matter to some people, but it's like, I think the vast majority of people, it doesn't really matter. And for the people who use their computer for production, like myself, I don't care, because I care more about capacity than I care about, like, the speed of the RAM. So, hope all this, like, helps clear some of these concepts up, because I feel like there's a lot of misinformation online when it comes to, like, comparing Intel and AMD processors. Alright, well, I think we're close to the end here. It's most... Wow, I was talking for like 10 minutes and there hasn't been a single comment since... So I guess, yeah, we're pretty much at the end. But see, like, this is how the game's graphics engine looks today. The flying car surprised you? Yeah, this is the car from Final Fantasy 15. So actually, if I remove the HUD... You can fly over to Mordor, that looking like Mount Doom looking thing over there. Yeah, but see, that tower in the background, that's the tower, that dungeon that you guys saw me running earlier, that's the dungeon. Heaven on High. It's basically a tower that goes up to floor 100. That's basically where we were earlier. It reminds me of that tower in the game, the Talos Principle. The Talos Principle is a really good game that I never finished, and I kind of regret never finishing that game. That was a really good game. This game is very ugly. I actually think it looks really good. This game is really good for a 2013 game. I feel like the visuals do look dated, but I feel like this game's graphics have held up really, really well. Like, considering how old the game is. The game is literally going to be 10 years old in September or August of this year. And it's held up. The only major graphics update that it got was in 2015 when it got a DX11 API client. Because it was DX9 based at release. And then it got a DX11 update. But this game does have swimming too. It like has water. We can go underwater. So now we can fly around in a car, but we're underwater. We can also, I think we can drive. Oh, you can't really drive on the sea floor, but yeah. They tried to put water content in the second expansion, which is basically what this is, and it didn't really work out for them that well. Hold on, there are some villages. There's some underwater villages. This game is very ugly though. I think this game looks really good for how old it is. I think this game holds up really well. The underwater stuff though is very lacking. I feel like the first expansion introduced flying mounts like this. The second expansion introduced underwater. And I feel like they just kind of threw it in there because they didn't have water content. So then they like went and added it, I guess, and it just never really amounted to much. I still think today, even today though, this is the best MMO. You just drive around. This is the Regalia from Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, all that shimmering though in the background looks really bad. I don't know why. Yeah, but that just kind of shows you how... Wow, it's like texture popping or something. Oh, it only happens when we're moving. That's weird. How much is the subscription? The subscription, I think, is like $12.99 or something. It's basically like having a Netflix subscription. But like in my case, I always forget about the subscription because I basically never unsub from this game. Like, I pay in like 6-month intervals, so I only pay like twice a year. So for me, it ends up costing less. Like, if you pay semi-annual, it's like, I think 10.99, so like $11 a month instead of like whatever the monthly rate is. So what is this? I went into some underwater thing. Oh, I don't want to go in there. That's bad news. Let's get out of here. Yeah, basically like this game is the only MMO that I have a sub for. Like it's literally the only one. Like I don't play WoW anymore. I don't play any like free to play MMOs. It's literally just this. And like I said, the only other like ongoing live service game that I play is Genshin Impact. So Final Fantasy XIV and Genshin Impact are like the only two. So now we're in like an underwater village. See? So this is kind of what they did. Wait, where's the... I thought there was like a water mount. What is this? Oh, this is... What is that? That's... No. I don't know. Flying Nimbus. Okay, there's Flying Nimbus. Anyway, I'll get back the car. The car was cooler. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that all games like this should be free to play and the in-game shop should be the moneymaker? Or do you think that the old school subscription model is still a valid business practice for a video game in 2023? Because there's not a lot of subscription-based games anymore. Like, this is one of the few that still adheres to that business model. Is that from the Dragon Ball crossover? It's not really Dragon Ball. Like, they didn't do a Dragon Ball crossover. It was from some event, though, I think. Yeah, it was from some event. Man, this thing is like a dually. Yeah, this is a dually. It's got like two tires on the back. This is literally a... If this was a pickup truck, it would be a dually. But it's literally a dually, but it's a convertible. What's cool about this mount, like the car, like if you have a group of other players, the other players can actually sit in the car and you can drive them around like an Uber. You can literally drive people around like it's Lyft or Uber. I remember people would do that when everybody was doing something called fate grinding, which is kind of like, if you're familiar with Guild Wars 2, what is it called in Guild Wars? So basically the world-based content where there's like a big boss monster and like all the players can just randomly not even group up formally, they just all gather around and start attacking this field boss. Whatever that was called in Guild Wars, I forgot the name, but in Final Fantasy it's called a fate. And people would like jump in the car because they were too lazy to chase the next fate. Like, for instance, on the map, like these things, these are the fates right here. So these are like world group content. There's basically like, this one's a boss, this one's like gathering some stuff on the ground and etc. Like there's another boss. So like people were lazy and they would just hop in somebody's car and have them like Uber them over to the next leveling fate. Like there's literally another mount. I don't have the mount, but there's like a whale mount. It's like a giant flying whale that can carry up to 8 players. They really need to put in like a school bus or something that can fit like 12 people or 16 people or something like that. Or like a travel van. But anyway, I think that's going to be it for this stream. I don't really have much more to say. Hopefully that was kind of useful info, though, like on the whole like AMD and Intel thing, because I feel like a lot of that is just kind of nonsense and just noise. Doesn't really matter much. These mounts are, you just earn them. Yeah, these are not paid mounts. These are earned. You just do the event, and you get them. So yeah, that's the thing though. Like the thing about that's what I was gonna say about subscription-based games. Because this game is a subscription-based game, you have access to all the in-game content. Like you don't have to. There's like nothing you have to buy with extra money. Like you subscribe to the game, you have access to all the content. And that's kind of what I like about subscription-based games versus like in-game shops or like FOMO-based marketing gimmicks like what Genshin Impact does, for instance. So that's the nice thing about a traditional MMO like this. You play the game, you have access to all the stuff. Did I play the FF7 remake? Yes, but I never finished it. I do need to finish it. So I did finish Crisis Core last year and Kingdom Hearts 4. Or not Kingdom Hearts 4, Kingdom Hearts 3. So I finished Kingdom Hearts 3 and Crisis Core, but I need to finish Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I'll probably, you know what, now that you bring up Final Fantasy VII Remake, that's another one that I can probably finish after I finish Wolong, after I finish Hogwarts Legacy. So once I finish those two games, then I will consider like finishing up other games that I still haven't finished. So, but aren't we? Oh yeah, we are getting a Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, we're getting a Final Fantasy VII Part 2 later this year. That's right. So I'm starting to build a list of games that I'm tracking for the second half. I guess that was part of the things that we were supposed to talk about on this stream. But like so far, I'm tracking 15. Or not 15. Final Fantasy 16, Lies of P, Tekken 8, the Star Wars game, which that'll be out soon, and then The Last of Us is like next week, and then the Final Fantasy 7 game, yeah, that one. And I guess that there's gonna be a 14 like 7.0 next expansion. If that shows up this year, I don't know, but that would be another one. And then Blue Protocol. So probably about like 5 or 6 games for the remainder of the year. Yeah, Hogwarts is the thing, because it's like I gotta finish Wolong first though. So Wolong, I think I'm probably about like 60%, maybe 65% of the way through Wolong. So that'll be the next game though. I'm gonna finish Wolong. The only other game that was on the radar for the immediate future would be like Atelier Ryza 3, but I don't think anybody wants to see me play that game, because that's just another like RPG, and people are probably wanting me to finish Hogwarts Legacy before I start another RPG game. So, are you ever going to make any people in the stream mod, by the way? That's a good question. I could, yeah. You know what? That's a good idea. I'll probably do that, like. See, the problem is the chat's never really that big, though, to warrant needing a mod. I mean, I could. Like, I feel like Met Prism and Marcelo, you guys have been watching me for a long time, so you guys would probably definitely be eligible for mod status. But yeah, I was thinking about adding mods, but it's like, realistically, like, my chat doesn't really get that big. Definitely, though, if I get to a point where it's like I have, you know, like 30 plus, 50 plus viewers consistently, then yeah, I'll definitely need mods. But, you know, we haven't really been... The bots have stayed away for quite a while. I think the last time we got bot spammed was last year. I don't think, maybe early January. Maybe during the Forspoken. Yeah, I think the last time we got bots in the chat was Forspoken. Maybe one of the earlier Hogwarts Legacy streams. Do you play all of these games off stream, or some of them, but not really. Like I'll give you an example. So, like, Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. I recently, like, replayed the entire game, start to finish, on New Game Plus on hard difficulty. So, I was thinking about doing another stream with Fatal Frame, but I think a lot of people were kind of already bored of that game. So you guys saw me finish the game, and then I went and, like, last weekend, I think it was like Sunday, I played the entire game again, just speed run through it because I had all the Hozuki dolls. So all I had to do was speed run through the game on hard mode, and the only reason why I did that was to unlock the rest of the achievements and the costumes. So I did all that, and it's like all done now. So isn't really much of a reason to revisit Fatal Frame, so that's kind of done. Unless you guys want to see me play Fatal Frame on Nightmare difficulty, which is the highest difficulty level in the game, because I had to clear hard mode to unlock Nightmare difficulty. So, oh, you do miss my Hogwarts Legacy streams? Why? Like, I guess they were very inefficient in terms of me, like, progressing through the game. But yeah, I guess I should get back to those. That game is gonna take forever to finish, though. Yeah, well, because the thing is, like, when I stream Wolong is like playing Elden Ring, only harder than Elden Ring. It requires way more attention, so it's harder for me to pay attention to the chat while playing a game like Wolong, especially because it's a first playthrough. So all the bosses, everything that's around the corner is all new, and I feel like that is the best experience for those type of hyper difficult games, like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, those type of games. Like, the first blind run is always the most enjoyable experience playing those type of games. And Wolong is the same kind of difficulty. So, in fact, I think it's actually harder, slightly. Or it definitely feels a little bit less fair. But it's the combat tempo is definitely faster. It took me like 60 hours just to beat all the story, get to level 34 to get all the side missions done. Yeah. I don't know if I'll do a 100% playthrough on Hogwarts, though. I feel like the first playthrough, I should try to aim to finish Hogwarts Legacy by the middle of April. And then if I want to do, like, the rest of the side content, that would be, like, sometime in May. Realistically. But yeah, I should be able to finish Hogwarts by the middle of May. So give me, like, 3 weeks, and I'll probably finish it. I gotta finish Wolong first. But like I said, Wolong, there's not really that much left in that game for me to do, except finish, like, whatever 4 or 5 missions that are still left in the story mode. Cause yeah, but I guess to answer Marcelo, like, I did play the games off stream. I literally played all of hard mode in Fatal Frame off stream, and then I played Wolong off stream too before Fatal Frame came out. So, like, I got past Lubu. I did the whole next chapter after Lubu, and then I think I'm either like 2 chapters past Lubu, or maybe 1 chapter past Lubu, or 1.5, or something like that. So the bottom line is, like, yeah, Wolong I'm like 65% done. So Hogwarts, I have no idea. I have a feeling I'm more like 40% done on the story in Hogwarts. And then Forspoken will probably never be finished. It'll probably end up in, like, backlog forever. Who knows? Maybe someday. I'm still waiting for that performance optimization patch that they promised that still hasn't done anything. Because they did update the game. Forspoken got a big update, but it did not improve performance at all. So, Forspoken is on the abyss. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. But I like Ray's idea of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I do need to finish Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I think earlier in the stream, I was saying, because 16 is coming out, I was thinking of replaying some of the older Final Fantasy games. Just so I have a reference, maybe 15. The only problem with the Final Fantasy games is I'd have to disable the sound because I don't want to get copyright infringement claims, because that happened to me when I was streaming Lightning Returns, and that wasn't fun. So yeah. But okay, I guess that's gonna be it for this stream. Well, what version do you gonna play though? Oh yeah, I don't know if I'll play all the really old ones. If I play an old one, like a sprite-based one, it'll probably be Final Fantasy V or VI. And then, because I don't really want to play all the old ones, like 1. I don't really care to play 1 or 2 or 3. But maybe 4, 5, or 6. And then for the PlayStation era ones, I probably will play... I mean, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'll finish that. And then I guess for the PlayStation 2 era ones, I'll finish Final Fantasy XII, like the Zodiac Age, maybe Final Fantasy X. Maybe play Final Fantasy X too. So maybe something along those lines. Oh, this game put me AFK, so the frame rate like dropped to like 15 for a second. It does that to save power. So then it comes back. Well, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Realistically, I'll probably just play Final Fantasy VII Remake because I do need to finish it, and I'm close to the end of the game in that one. And then maybe 12. So I'm thinking right now, Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy XII, The Zodiac Age, and then maybe 15. 15 on the PC. But that would be like a full playthrough, because I only ever played 15 on the PlayStation 4, or actually the PS4 Pro, and that was a stutter struggle at 30 FPS. So it would be nice to replay 15 with all the like Royal Edition content and everything. So maybe I'll do 15, but then we're talking like Luminous Engine, aka Forspoken, Crysis, all over again. But I think 15 runs better than Forspoken. So even though it's the same engine, because it's older, it's less demanding. But anyway, guys, that's going to be it for the stream. Once again, thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next one. The next one, I'm thinking we'll just do like a... I don't know. Maybe I'll just play Wolong. Or we could do a discussion-based stream where I use Paint and we just draw stuff. I just draw stuff on the board and just talk again. Like, I feel like people really like those streams. I just don't know what to talk about. Because it's like, there's not really a whole lot of new things to talk about. So, am I going to be streaming tomorrow? It'll either be tomorrow the same time, or it will be Saturday the same time. I try to stick to 2 streams. I always try to stick to Thursday evenings. So if there's ever going to be a stream, you can count on Thursday evenings. Unless something happens, I just can't do it. But typically, it's always going to be Thursday evenings, and then one of the other evenings, either Friday or Saturday. But not both. Typically, you can count on like 2 streams a week, so Thursday plus Friday or Thursday plus Saturday. And then the only time you'll see me be live earlier in the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, is if there's going to be some like massive new game, or if there's going to be some massive hardware release, like a new graphics card or a new CPU or whatever, or, you know, like some big news item that I feel like is worth talking about with the audience. Then I would do a stream on the weekday. So, oh, in my case today it's 2 a.m. Yeah, it's pretty late. Yeah, for me it's almost 1 a.m. So, yeah, so you're like an hour ahead of me. So, okay. So I guess we're going to end the stream. Once again, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Thanks.